This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Everybody, and welcome to a very sunny quarantine here on Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. We are sitting with quite a few different species of plains game at the moment, and everybody seems to be enjoying the sun as it's breaking through the clouds on such a hot day. My name is Tessa. I'm going to be your guide on safari here this afternoon. Behind the camera is Gerrit, and we are actually just enjoying the fact that we've got impalas, wildebeest, and kudu all in one big open area. We came up to quarantine this afternoon just to have a look if there is anything unusual up here, and it looks like everybody is fairly relaxed, but I say fairly because we have heard a few half alarm calls. They haven't been proper alarm calls, and that's coming from the wildebeest standing looking in one direction, and the impala is giving us the odd little alarm call, and the kudu's hiding out behind the trees. And I think that's because we have had some leopard tracks on the road. They don't look that fresh, but they are here, and it's very likely that that happened sometime this morning after the rain, but it has been quite windy, and so the tracks may have blown away. We've got some very fun plans for the afternoon, but before I get into that, please, if you have any questions or comments, do let us know. You can find us at #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv, or you can register on the WildEarth website. Head over to the channel page and submit your questions there. Myself, Lauren, and JP are really looking forward to hearing from you. If you would like to let us know what you are looking forward to seeing this afternoon, or what you're hoping for us to find, and we'll do our best to try and find them for you. These are actually my first little wildebeest calves that I've seen for the season, so I'm very excited that we are actually getting to stand here, well, sit here, I guess, and enjoy them as they're alerting each other here on quarantine. Okay, I'm going to spend a little bit more time here and just have a look around in case we do find any more signs of that leopard, and in the meantime, we'll have a look at the weather for the afternoon.
We've just been having the most magical moment with an elephant. Sadly, it's now moved off, so we don't really have much to work with. It was so beautiful. She just came through and popped her head out of the bush to check us out. But she's a little bit too close for me to turn my engine on right now, so we're just gonna have to stare at the bushies. That sounds like a good idea. Good afternoon, my name is Lauren, and I do have OD on camera with me today. The elephant's right there, which is just so beautiful when you see them surrounded by that emerald green. I just don't want to turn my car on when it's right there, I'm afraid. I know that elephants have been on the dam cam for most of the day, so I wonder if it's one of those herds. But I will update you on my plans. I am going to see the Talamatis today. Been so wrapped up in all my other loops. Actually, it might have... I see yeah, getting some views now. I haven't spent any time other than a brief visual of the lions the other night when they first arrived at Sydney's Dam, so I'm going to take over and hopefully catch up with them if they haven't already crossed into Buffelshoek or Zimbabwe, as they were sitting on Triple M. But I'm going to go maybe an hour's time. It's a little bit hot right now, so I think water holes are the perfect start to today. And then take it from there, really. See what happens. Adam, good afternoon to you too. You're excited to see what we'll see today, and so am I. Tessa's going to head to the hyena den. I have been there a lot. It is just the thing that I love to follow up on in terms of the story, and I do not know what I'll find. Hopefully we'll get some updates from other properties and we'll be able to see what's going on. The sun is shining. It really wasn't that pleasant this morning, and weather always plays a part. Always, always. It always just changes everything, and you can struggle to sort of find animals sometimes. But now that the sun is out, I'm very excited to see who else comes out. I'm always going to keep an eye on that northeast corner of the reserve, because Tlalamba is working that area with their cubs. And I am going to just keep checking, because every day, if you know there's no fresh tracks, the minute you do come across fresh tracks, you're going to understand that she's in the area. So I'm going to see if we can get a better view of these elephants for you all.
So I am actually just arriving at Gauri Dam, Vuyatela Dam, and I just want to have a quick scan around here because there have been those tracks coming from this area, and you never know, the leopards here like to do loops. So I do want to just have a quick look at the dam and see if there is anything around. We might even find some interesting birds. Have a look. It's such a lovely hot day. I feel like the dams are the place to be this afternoon. Oh, there are birds here. That's exciting. Okay, so it looks like we have got our family of Egyptian geese on the other bank, the hippo in the water, and quite a few woodland kingfishers. So every time I arrive at a dam, I do like to just spend a little bit of time listening in case there's any alarm calls or interesting bird calls. But at the moment it seems like we have got some Egyptian geese that are chasing the blacksmith lapwings. Those goslings are quite tenacious, it seems. Not really tolerating those blacksmith lapwings. That's actually quite an interesting behavior to see, and that's just the youngsters trying to assert some dominance and territorial behavior. It seems to be the one gosling in particular. I've actually not seen that before, where one keeps going after another species. It's actually incredibly sweet to watch. Such a young age and already so assertive. So I'm trying to catch up with our little family of Egyptian geese at Gauri Dam, and I'm trying to count the little ones. And I'm counting 6. I know there should be 7, but I think one is just hiding behind one of the adults. Oh, there it is. It was hiding behind another gosling. It's very interesting. They seem to be just coming to the water's edge now, and there have been a few blacksmith lapwings around, and they are just not tolerating them close by. One gosling in particular has been trying to chase them, but it seems that now the focus is cooling off feeding and maybe having a bit of a drink. Oh no, there it goes. That is the most assertive gosling I think I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. So that's happened 2 or 3 times now. Oh, it is adorable. I'm so happy that everyone's enjoying it. They can run really fast. So I know a lot of people who have phobias of geese, even adult geese, because if they do start chasing you, they don't tend to let up very easily. And we're having a bit of a speeding game here. We're having some races along the side. Very cute to watch. But I'm just so surprised at how assertive these young goslings are already. I know the adults are very territorial and they definitely want to chase anything out of their area if they feel threatened. But it almost seems as though the goslings are kind of testing their boundaries. They're in their learning phase. But I have never seen that before, where they run and chase something completely out of the area at that age. First time for everything, folks. First time for everything. It definitely seems like one is the instigator and there's one that follows and the rest are really not that bothered. Just 2 cheeky goslings amongst the group. So it is heating up quite quickly here, and I'm sure we're going to have some animals that come down to the dam this afternoon. I know the hippo is here and he's enjoying his time under the water, and it seems like the birds are actually majority of the movement here. I'm actually going to leave the cheeky little goslings to enjoy their afternoon. I'm going to carry on down towards the hyena den site and see if there might be any action there. In the meantime, let's head over to Lauren on a bumble.
I'm also approaching Gowrie Dam because these elephants are coming. I was going to do that sensory experience with you all where I make you all blindfold yourselves, but sadly I just think it is just too windy. What do you think, Owen? We're going to do it one day. Owen's very excited. I need to make sure he's a cameraman. He gets blindfolded. He will not touch the camera. He'll provide a beautiful visual for you all, but he won't be moving and framing and panning and zooming, and you all must blindfold yourself, however that may be. A towel, an eye mask, a buff, whatever you want, or you can just close your eyes, and it's a really wonderful experience. We actually did it at the Safari Guide of the Year competition, and it's basically to further the guides as a guide. So you blindfold all your guests, and the challenge for the guide was to make the guests feel like they're seeing without actually seeing. So the guide's job was to describe every little detail, every flutter of the insects, every splash of the dam, every smell. And you are supposed to be able to visualize it through my descriptions without actually seeing it. And it also helps you tap into your senses. But if it's too windy, you're not properly going to be able to get all the audio, I'm afraid. It's coming in the next few days when the wind dies down. And I'll give you some warning. Mark, good. I have done it before. I did it with Morgan, and we really tune into the ambient mic, and you can pick up all the sounds. I think summer is perfect for it, but really it's not going to work with the wind, I'm afraid. And there definitely is quite a wind. We're going to sit here just a little bit longer because I'm convinced the elephants are on their way. So we're just going to make the most of Gowrie Dam right now.
Stations, we have trucks of it. Residents from Tibeta House towards the bush.
But it's also interesting. We humans are so visual, and I understand some people wear glasses and contacts and some people can't see. I fully understand that, but as beings we're really visual, just like birds. And we sometimes just tune out. We're lazy beings, humans, and we forget to smell, and we forget to listen, and we forget to feel. And I think since studying animals' sensory worlds is one of my favorite things. Their phenomena, phenomenology is a really new branch of philosophy that's just a wonderful thing when you really tap into it. And I think the humans should also tap into their sensory world. I have a fantastic sense of smell, but my ears are rubbish. And some people have great eyes, but they can't smell a thing. And everyone's different, and that's why you should experiment and test and heighten your other senses. The minute you block one sense of yours, your other senses become heightened. And when I was younger, this is probably where my fascination for the sensory world comes in. My mother used to play a game with my brother and I. And this was a game that we just loved. She would blindfold us and prepare little bits of food, but bizarre bits of food. And I'm talking about a pickled onion, English mustard, a little slice of beetroot, an unusual cheese. And what you had to do was we would get a tiny little bite and have to guess what it is. Now that sounds really simple. Believe it or not, when your nostrils and your eyes are blocked, you become very disorientated as to what you're tasting. You really have to tune into your taste buds and think, what is it I'm eating? I know it. I love pickled onions. I love Old English mustard even more. So I know that, but why can't I identify it right now? And it was a great game as a kid. We loved it. Probably because it was food, involved food, but you know. And I think that's where my fascination comes from. So we're definitely going to do that in the next few days. Okay, I believe that was Tessie's voice on the radio. She's found something, so let's go over to her and see what it is.
Oh, elephants in the afternoon at the dam. That sounds like a dream. So interestingly enough, we've actually just found, as we were leaving the dam, coming south on Twin Dams Road, so I'm going towards Ribbon's Den site, but I've just found tracks of some lions going towards Gowrie Dam and going north. And I'm wondering, because they do look fairly fresh, I'm wondering which lions these are and where on earth they came from. Because we left the Talamati Pride on Triple M, which is our far western boundary. And I don't think they've done a full loop and come back yet. And the tracks aren't old enough that they're before the rain. So something's a bit weird at the moment. I'm not quite sure which lines those are and where they've come from. The tracks actually don't come from Twin Dams Road. They came from the drainage line. So it might be maybe some other members of the Talamati Pride, maybe some of the lionesses that split. Could be part of the Kahuma Pride. We really don't know at this point. So far, in the first half hour of drive, we've had tracks of a bell leopard and tracks of some lions in the same area. Harley, I'm glad that you found the lion tracks exciting. Something like this, definitely. Anytime you find tracks is interesting because you're trying to tell a story from footprints, and it could be quite difficult. And just judging from the distance and the way that they're coming from, I really don't think it's the I don't think so. It looked like some males, some females, but I don't know which lines they are. It wasn't as many as 7 lines together, so I don't think it was the Talamatis. Maybe a smaller section of the breakaways or part of the Kahumas. It will be interesting if we do manage to find out. We're going to do a little bit of driving around this area, see if we can find any more tracks anyway. But in the meantime, let's go to JP to say good afternoon.
Afternoon and welcome to Eco Training Bridlands. We're at the moment at Ndlovu Dam, and Ndlovu actually means elephant, and it's absolutely living up to its reputation as being Elephant Dam again. Some more elephants that has just come in for a drink. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got Davi. So hopefully, if we're really lucky, our elephants might actually progress and go and have a swim as well. But let's see what they're going to get up to. At the moment, it seems that they're going to make their way to the opposite side of the dam, and as mentioned quite a few times, they actually like to drink on the opposite side of where the wind is coming from. And quite often they do that because the algae gets blown away, and that provides them with much cleaner water. Some of the other strategies that they will follow to get clean water is quite often in the dry parts of the year is to actually move into riverbeds and actually go and dig and allow for cool, fresh water, clean water to percolate up into those little wells that they create. There's also a host of other species which benefits from those wells, and even baboons will sometimes climb into them to go and have a drink, and a number of other antelope species. Some of the other strategies is not as appreciated as wells that they create, and those will sometimes be including ripping up pipes, pulling out taps, as well as breaking JoJo tanks or plastic reservoirs by simply forcing their tusks through the side of those to actually get to fresh clean water. We had a very large reservoir at one of the lodges where we worked many years ago. It apparently carried 5 days of water, and one of the elephants decided that it's a very smart move to actually put its foot onto a steel pipe at the base of this reservoir and simply use all its weight. And if you think of it, a big elephant that's weighing in 6,000 kilograms, it can very easily break a pipe like that. And then enjoyed a few sips of clean water and left us without any water for the rest of the week. Our elephants is just out of sight at the moment, and they're just behind the trees there. We're still going to keep on watching, and let's see when we come back what they're up to.
Arrived, Owen. I can see an elephant just behind that dead tree there. We've been sitting waiting on them. I'm convinced they're coming for water. You see that dead tree at 10 o'clock? I'm sure there is an elephant there. No, the other one. Go left. Yeah. Here we go. So we are just going to sit and wait. It's all about patience. And I'm pretty sure on this hot afternoon, they are making their way to the water. They are taking their time, but it's hot, especially in comparison to this morning. So I'm really, really hoping that the whole herd pop out here. But either way, it's definitely worth the wait.
So we're still having a look on the road if there are any fresh tracks. It seems like only hyena tracks in this area. So I have a feeling that those lines crossed in, if they came from the drainage line, they would have come from the southern side, maybe somewhere along Chitwa, or a little bit further east towards Cheetah Cut Line. And that tells me that they might be the Nkuhumas, and maybe not part of the Talamatis. But again, I might be wrong. They might have actually done a massive loop, some of them. We don't really know until we find them or we can figure out exactly where the tracks came in. But because they went into such a thick section down into the drainage line, I can't drive all the way along that drainage line. So I've got to try and piece the puzzle pieces together from a distance, which is quite difficult. But it's a lot of fun because it really tests your knowledge of the prides in the area. And my gut is telling me that it might be the Nkuhumas. Maybe they've heard a bit of the commotion, considering that the Talamatis were so still for 3-4 days. Maybe the Nkuhumas heard some of the commotion. So I'm going through a dip now. I hope I don't lose signal, but if I do, it'll only be for a second. So just bear with me. And I'm about to arrive at the hyena den. So I want to give that a check before we go and do part of the boundary, looking for where those tracks came in. Interestingly enough, hello elephant. I'm sorry boy, I came up the drainage line and you were in the road. Hello big one. Hello big one. So this is actually a young male. And I don't think he's on his own because I can hear some movement in the drainage line. But I think he might be making his way towards some of the mud wallows. Hello, boy. He is still very young. I wouldn't even say 15 years old yet. Maybe just on 15 years old. It seems like it's an elephant afternoon. And where he is going, I'm certainly not going to follow him. He's walking straight down towards the drainage line and it's very thick in there. And he's also not looking like he wants me to follow, so I'm rather going to leave him. But going from one elephant to another group of elephants, let's head over to Lauren. It sounds like she has a baby elephant coming down to the water.
Patience paid off. I got my patience pants on. They're nice and snug and we've waded. And here they are. Do you know, I'm not going to say too much right now. Again, tapping into your sensory world. Just to look at this magic moment and listen to all the sounds around. Hopefully we'll be able to hear them splashing over the wind. Sorry, I'm trying to stay quiet, but this is really funny. Stephen. It is indeed an elephant day today. And for me, we're in the shade.
Is active.
It is literally the perfect start. It's literally the best start when you've got elephants around a water body. They'll move off quickly. And I'm definitely not complaining. It's an elephant Canada day. Oh, the pied kingfisher is just coming to your shot, Owen. How cool was that? It's like, what about me? Okay, we're gonna sit here a little bit longer because this is just too magical, and we're gonna send you guys over to JP, who's still at the dam.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We're still in Lovo Dam, and there's another breeding herd of elephants that approach the dam. There's also a number of smaller or younger males that are approaching the breeding herd. And then very suddenly, there's an incredibly big elephant bull that made its way into the herd. And a number of these younger males automatically just scattered and moved off, as if they know that this male is a must, and they know what is good for them. They also know that this male will very likely kill them if they get involved with an altercation with him. And at the moment as well, with him being a must, his testosterone levels are incredibly high, and what makes him incredibly cranky as well as incredibly strong. It's also been even found that younger bulls have actually killed much larger elephant bulls when they are in must, just purely because of the increase of the testosterone. We see there's also a second breeding herd that's just approaching from the back. That's going to be interesting to see all the dynamics that's going to start playing out here with all these young males now, as they're going to start moving off. One of them is actually keeping quite a distance and is actually trying to come back into the area now. I would like to see if our big male is going to chase him too. But in the meanwhile, let's sit and listen and look at what they're up to. You also might have continuous sounds of birds in the background, and some of those are red-billed quilias, which is one of the largest flocking species of birds that we do find in the world, and they form swarms of absolutely millions. While we're watching our elephants and see what they're getting up to, let's go and see what Lauren is up to.
Now just watching the pied kingfisher. It's been doing an incredible job of hunting. It stopped now, unfortunately. I don't think it got anything, did it, Owen? It's remarkable it made its way from the western side of the dam all the way to the eastern side of the dam, hovering, or should I say aerial perching, diving into the water, attempting to catch a fish, and now it's taking a rest. Aerial perching, which is actually the form of hovering that a pied kingfisher does, is really energetically expensive. So they get exhausted quite quickly, especially if they didn't manage to actually catch anything. Sadly, he's not hunting anymore. But our elephants are still around. They haven't decided to leave Gary Dam just yet. I love having elephants around. We go through periods of having no elephants at all. Look, James, I really appreciate your question, but it doesn't actually make much sense, I'm afraid. Senses in the human realm, we break them down into 5 different senses: seeing, hearing, touch, smell, and taste. But we would be fools to think that or those are the only senses. What about your sense of balance? What about the sense of gravity? What about chemoreception? What about seismic communication? These elephants can communicate through vibrations on the ground using mechanoreceptors that are packed into their toes and the heels of their feet and also in their trunk, actually. So how could we possibly think that we know what all these organisms are sensing? We know, for example, that elephants have an incredible sense of smell due to all the chemoreceptors and all sort of their ability to sniff out water for up to 12 miles. We know that they also use seismic communication. We know that they use low rumbles that are completely out with the human hearing range. We know that wild dogs are incredible hearing. They can hear things that we couldn't even imagine. We know that butterflies see colors that we can't see. They see UV patterns. There's no way that we could say which animal has the best senses, I'm afraid. Not at all. Catfish, even blind cave fish that live in caves and they can't see, they use their sensory barbels to navigate across the bottom of a really dark, murky cave. They're using little barbels, sensory apparatus. Even leopards. They're mainly chemical, but they've also got all these additional things that help navigate them across the landscape, like their vibrissae, like their whiskers, that are just helping them, especially during the nighttime. We only understand the world from a human perspective, if that makes sense. And that's what phenomenology is all about. And one of the quotes, I always say this, but what shines forth for a butterfly may not shine forth for a dragonfly. Even though to the human eye, we may think that these organisms are really similar, but actually, that doesn't mean they're going to have the same sensory world or the same phenomena. And there's a quote that I say all the time, but I love it so much, and it's, "What we observe is not nature in itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning." And it's by Heisenberg. And it's from a book, and the book is Are We Smart Enough to Know How Smart Animals Are? And it really questions our perception, especially when it comes to animal intelligence. So James, great question, but I really don't think that is possible for us humans to ever answer on a basic level. But I'm going to sit with these elephants a little bit longer. I'm going to send you guys over to Tessa.
So we have had a look at the den site, and it looks like we have got an adult hyena here. As we pulled up, we had a very brief view of 2 of the cubs, and it seems as though the adult we have is hot. We haven't had a very clear view yet, but she did briefly lift up her head and we did see part of her ears, and that's what makes me say this is heart and not ribbon. So I'm hoping that the cubs do decide to come out again, but it is quite hot at the moment. And so I'm not sure if they are actually going to come out and play at this point. Might be a little bit too warm for them. You can imagine inside that den site, because it's got quite a deep network of tunnels, it'll be nice and cool underground. Oh, hello. There you can see the ears. So just as a reminder, everybody, the Djuma clan is part of the Genesis collection. And if you do want to find out more, you can head over to the WildEarth website and have a look for the NFT tab. Very exciting stuff. Oh, there's a cub coming up just behind her. Oh, they have gotten so big. So remember, the last time that I saw the cubs was over 3 weeks ago. And it's unreal how much bigger they have gotten, and lighter on the face. I'm quite excited to see what their characters are like. They must be developing beautifully. So the long grass is making it a little bit difficult to see them clearly, but I'm hoping that they do stay out for a little while and move around a bit so I can get a clear view. Just watch for a little bit and see what happens. I'm very grateful for the breeze. It's actually blowing the grass out of the frame every now and then. Also keeping us nice and cool and keeping them cool as well. But let's just watch for a little and see what happens. I want to stay nice and quiet and just see if the other cubs come out. So normally if one cub comes out, the others do tend to follow. And I'd love to see them side by side, actually, to see a comparison, because when I can only see one, it's quite difficult for me to tell which ones are Ribbon's cubs and which one is Heart's cub. So I'm hoping the longer I stay here, the more I will be able to tell. And we will see what happens.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment we're sitting at Ndlovu Dam. We're flat on our backsides and just enjoying the most beautiful elephant sighting. And there's so many different interesting behaviors that we have observed so far this afternoon. Some of these include some feeding behaviors, where some of the individuals were feeding, getting rid of excess sand on the vegetation, which they've just pulled out before they actually can start feeding on it, so that they can get rid of the excess sand, not to damage their teeth. We've also seen a number of younger bulls having a little bit of a disagreement with one another, and eventually a very large bull that came in and dominated these younger individuals and pushed them off. We also had a few individuals that were swimming, and then a number of them that just came down to quench their thirst. We also noticed that a lot of these breeding herds will quickly come and visit, and very soon there will be a number of different bulls following them, as many of these cows are estrused. We often see that these males will then get together with one another in that group, and very quickly some of them will stay and the others will move off, as if they know that they're going to get in trouble with the larger bulls that potentially can kill them. But in the meanwhile, we're just going to do a short little silence segment and just listen and look at what they get up to. Ooh, there's something interesting going on. Our Egyptian geese was almost attacked by a monitor lizard, and it just drove it out of the water as it was very, very close to the chicks. I just heard the commotion there of the bird alarming. They're such good parents, and they will very, very quickly chase away any potential threat that does come towards them. So water monitors, they actually will take quite a wide range of different prey items, anything from fish. Unfortunately, our monitor is gone, but our chicks are moving closer to the male, where they're now feeling a little bit safer. And that will also include a lot of young birds and their chicks, as well as eggs that they will take.
The elephants, unfortunately, have just moved, but we're going to try and get much better views for you all. Bear with me. We're just going to loop right. I think they're coming up. I think they've climbed up the embankment. And just going back to that sensories thing, it was a great question. It's just so complex. When you look at an environment, even a small little ecosystem, not the entire ecosystem, maybe more sort of niche, it's a constant kaleidoscope of fluctuating changes. Now, sometimes we look at Gowrie Dam and we say, me especially, okay, it's summer. I put it in the summer box. This is how full Gowrie Dam should be. This is the water levels. This is what insects you should see. This is what animals are going to use it. And that's very box-like. That's very human of me. But actually, it's a constant kaleidoscope. I love that word, of just fluctuating changes always. And every single organism is reacting to those fluctuating changes and adapting always. Everything is in a permanent state of flux, and that's what phenomenology is all about. If you should Google it, it's mind-blowing. And when I say every organism, I'm also talking about the smallest of insects. Even a mosquito has its own phenomena. Whether you like it or not, they are living beings that will experience the world in their own way. I think the elephants are moving off now, but we can give you some views from here in the shade. Oh, and how is this? It will do. Half an elephant is better than no elephant, that's for sure. And of course, if you think about, some animals have eyes, some don't, believe it or not. Some animals don't even have ears. Some insects don't have the physical ears. Some have paws. Some have radar senses. Bats are the perfect example of that. How can we ever understand what it's like to be a bat? Thomas Nagel studied that. How can we honestly say that we know what it's like to be a bat? We can't. We can only analyze it from a human perspective. What about sharks? They have electroreceptors. They can detect pulses in the water. They can detect your heartbeat. That is incredible. They can also detect the smallest of pressure changes in the water. We all have different muscles group. I mean, look at elephants. The muscles in their trunk are so complex, especially compared to the human body. I mean, we only have 639 muscles. That's really not that much. Many sharks have other different bodily functions that we cannot possibly begin to understand, really. And it gives them entirely different dimensions. So each organism has a deep interconnection with its environment. And that's where the kaleidoscope words comes in. We can only see things from a human perspective. And that's okay. It's not a bad thing. It's because we're humans at the end of the day. I think these elephants may slowly move off, but I believe Tessa is still at my favorite place in the world.
I certainly am at Lauren's favorite place in the world, but believe it or not, all of a sudden, I think it's the fastest I've ever seen a hyena move. Hart just got up and ran at speed straight south towards the boundary. So what I want to do is actually go around to the boundary and have a look if maybe there might be something there, because whatever that was that got her attention, it must have been impressive. So I do want to head around that way and just have a look quickly, because that was way too fast for nothing to be happening. And then I could always come back later and have a look at the cubs. I did manage to see a glimpse, and that makes me happy. But I do want to go and figure out what on earth has got Hart in such a tizzy. I don't think I've seen a hyena move that fast, other than when it's being chased away by wild dogs. And with all the strange tracks we're having this afternoon, you never know. You literally never know what we could find. So I am jetting off. I'm going to go past Twin Dams and straight down towards the boundary to see what has got Hart so uptight all of a sudden. She went from flat sleeping to a panicked run in 0.5 of a second, it felt like. We couldn't even keep up with her. Arctic Circle, not that I'm aware of, but I might be wrong. So let me double check that for you. I don't want to say absolutely not, and they actually have been. Let me double check, and I will definitely let you know as soon as we have figured out what is going on. I can see some very relaxed impalas, so they did not get the same information that Hart did. And I'm not going to stop and view them because I want to get around to the boundary without bouncing Hat off the back, which is why I'm not speeding. Also, don't want to accidentally bump into an animal. Let me head around and see what we can find. Hyena is actually considered one of the super predators in certain areas. So if you go to East Africa, hyena is a super predator there. Here it's more lions, but hyenas are the next super predator after lions. So they're one of the biggest, definitely one of the best at hunting. And very populous, so that's what I'm saying. I don't think they have been vulnerable. Oh, sorry FC, I didn't quite get that. If communication broke up a little bit there. Ray, thank you. I do hope that we managed to figure out what on earth is going on. We were very close to the boundary where the den site is, so I'm thinking that Hart's already crossed the road. So I'm just looking for tracks while we are scanning the surrounds. It kind of gets your heart racing when something like that happens and a hyena just jets off out of the blue. From flat sleeping to full sprint happened very quickly. What on earth is going on today? So many interesting little things happening. Where did you go, Hart? I don't see any tracks crossing out here. It's such a small block, we definitely couldn't hear anything. There's some very old lion tracks. There is an impala with a tiny lamb that is running across the road. Something is happening. What is it? What is happening? The way that she was running, she would have such a wide gait as well that if she only took 2 steps across the road, I would not be surprised at all. I don't think she was coming quite this far. But she might have changed direction. She might have just been using a game path to her advantage. Impala's looking very relaxed again. So I'm going to do a little bit of a square and just check up the next road to see, because I can't see any signs on the boundary that she's crossed. Unless she's somewhere along the fire break, which is also possible. I have found Shasha here a good few times. And because we have been seeing leopard tracks, it is entirely possible. Tim, I know that you're asking a question. Sorry, FC, our comms are breaking up, so we're just getting every few words. If you wouldn't mind repeating that again for me, please. Hopefully I can answer your question for you just now, Tim. Where did you go, heart? This is so odd. I want to just stop here for a minute and listen. Just in case we can hear anything. So what I'm listening for is any hyena sounds, any sounds of predator interactions, feeding, alarm calls, anything like that. I'm not hearing anything at the moment. Okay, so I'm going to spend a few more minutes here just trying to figure out if there is anything in the area, and then I'll go back around towards Twin Dams and see maybe Heart's returned or maybe crossed the boundary by now.
Stopping for a moment to listen, look for tracks, and just admire the scenery. This is actually one of my favorite roads. I'm very particular about my roads. And the views are just spectacular, especially with the blue sky. So we're just going to sit here and appreciate them for a moment or two. Isn't it just magical? It's turned into such a gorgeous afternoon. Oh, and I've got a little bee eater. You see this dead tree where I'm pointing at about 10 o'clock? I'm pointing to it. If you just zoom in, I'm going to direct you to a little bee eater. Yes. So, zoom into the shrubbery just below it. I think to the right. Yes, there you go. You've got it in the top right of your frame. I love the little bee eaters. And on really, really hot sunny days, they don't tend to stay around for too long. They're very busy birds. I don't think you've got it there, Owen. Yes, you have, sorry, in the very, very bottom left, right corner of your frame. There you go. Kingfishers and bee eaters are some of my favorite groups of birds. I love lots of birds, but if I really had to choose of the non-raptors, I would choose kingfishers and little bee eaters. I'm actually lucky enough to have seen quite a variety of bee eaters. There are still some remaining on my list. I'm not a crazy birder, but I do have a list of all the ones I want to see. And I'm going to bring up my list right now. I've obviously seen the European, the little, the southern carmine, and the white-fronted and the swallowtail. Gorgeous. Kim, you're saying it's your favourite. Well, it is a bit of a long distance visual, but we managed to get it for you. And look how well they just blend in. I mean, in flight, they're actually quite striking and they're quite easy to identify from their shape in flight. But when they're sitting like this, I would never see it, actually. No way if I hadn't seen it flying and then landing. They blend in so well, that green, and I love that rich green colour. Green is my favourite colour. All shades of it. From khaki to emerald to apple to mint. What other greens do we have? Lime. And if you're really unsure if you're looking at a bee eater or not, all of the bee eaters have that black line going across their eye. Every single one of them. And therefore, if you're ever unsure, oh, it's a small bird, it's colourful, it might be a bee eater, but I'm not sure, look for that black line going across the eye. Okay, we are just going to check out Treehouse Dam and then do a big loop on the western sector of the reserve, which I have been completely ignoring. I'm going to be open about that. Sorry, western sector. One, windy doesn't perform that well in the west, and two, the vehicles are both different at their signal performance, and two, wow, the hyena den's in the south and Tlalamba's in the north. So I've been spending most of my time in those parts of the reserve. Very naughty, but it has been extremely successful. We're getting there with the hyenas, we're getting there. And I think I mentioned this yesterday, but just in case, I have got the team on Little Gowrie looking for termite mounds with hyena activity, and if they do find one, they will absolutely let me know. But I'm only saying Little Gowrie because I saw Corky Cross that day. We're going to go up Zoe's and try for the Zoe's hyena den if it's not too hairy. If it's hairy, we out. It's very overgrown right now. You sort of have to go down a drainage to come up to get to that hyena den. It's not an easy one to navigate. Okay, I'm on my way to Treehouse Dam now to see what's happening down that side. I'm going to send you guys over to Tessa.
Okay, so we've done a little bit of a loop. We cannot find tracks of Hart crossing the roads around here. We also can't hear anything, so we've just arrived back at the den site to see if she's here. And we've got a glimpse of the cubs, and I just want to spend a minute here just working out if she is coming back to the area or if there might be another hyena that maybe scared her out. We're just not quite sure what's happened at the moment because the impalas that are at Twin Dams are very relaxed. It was just the one impala with a very late lamb that looked unrelaxed, and that's fairly normal because she's got a much younger lamb. She's going to be more nervous. But we can't seem to find Hart or her tracks. It's a little bit strange. But I'm thinking what might have happened is if she was running so fast straight towards the boundary, she literally might have taken 2 steps over the entire road in her gallop. They've got incredible stamina and speed. And if that is the case, she may have placed her feet in the section where the track is that's very hard and there isn't really soft sand to see the tracks. And that is very possible. But at the moment, it doesn't seem like there are any hyenas here. Belgian Watcher, it is certainly very quiet and peaceful. It's one of those situations though where as peaceful as it is, I find myself still wondering what on earth is going on with Heart. So it actually doesn't really make sense in my brain because we can't figure out where she's gone to. And I'm wondering if maybe there might even be a leopard in the area that she heard, or heard another hyena. But something clicked very quickly. She was flat sleeping, she lifted her head, and within half a second she was gone and she was sprinting down the game path. So I'm wondering where she has gone to and what it is that she heard. So there's definitely no more activity here. The cubs are nice and safely tucked away in the den. So I think I'm actually going to leave because I don't want to sit here without an adult here. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna actually change my plan a little bit. From here I was gonna go towards Chitwa, but I'm actually gonna change my plan a bit and go a little bit further west along Gowrie Main just to see if we can try and figure out a bit further on what might have happened and where Heart has gone. But in the meantime, while I make my way back that way, let's head back over to Lauren on a bumble.
We did just pull in at hyena den number 1, just because we're driving past it. I'm not on a hyena den check, I promise. I'm just using Taxon's Road to get from Philemon's Dip to Treehouse Dam. I really wish they hadn't blocked this entrance off. It's really not the best idea. But it's completely overgrown. I keep hoping it's going to change and one day I just arrive and there is a hyena here, but it's not happening. But Owen will give you some mobile views as we pass and you'll get to see it's very small. It's a really small mound and there's still a hole there, absolutely. But if a hyena really was lying there, you would see the grass flattened, you would see damp patches, you would see tracks, you would just see activity, and that's really not the case. I think they just use this road. I think they just use this as if it was an animal pathway. That's why there's been lots of tracks on it. Greg, you are 9 years old, and no, I don't know the speed, I'm afraid, Greg, but let me tell you, they've got a very bizarre looking body, and it gives them this is how they walk. Their neck goes like this. I love it. I love it. It is so ridiculous. And they have a very, very strong neck with a lot more neck muscles than most other mammals. And they're very front heavy, Greg. So the shoulder muscles are massive and their neck is massive. So what happens is they actually slope down at the back. If you think of a hyena, they just have this very strange back end. And their back legs are actually much weaker than their front legs because of the scapula, the shoulder muscles. And why it is like that is to save them energy, because they are so heavy in the front, they are so muscular. By making them slightly weaker and smaller in the back, it's an energy efficient way of moving. And because they have this funny walk, people don't assume, or they wrongly assume, that they can't actually run fast, Greg, but they can. I've seen the North Clan hunting in the Masai Mara because it's a lot more open in the Masai Mara. Here it's very thick. The hyenas absolutely do hunt, let me tell you, but we just don't see it. It's so thick here. It's so dense. The Masai Mara is very open. So you really can see them run for miles and you can see them hunt. So not only do they have stamina, Greg, like, they can run and run and run. They don't really get exhausted. They can also run incredibly fast. Okay, not cheetah fast, but they can run very fast. And a lot of people don't realize that. It's remarkable when you see a lot of hyenas running after a wildebeest, for example. But good question, and I'm sorry I don't know the exact speed, Greg, but I can assure you they run very fast.
Okay, so we are now sitting just on the edge of twin dams. We've got the same bachelor herd of impala here that are up and down next to the bank of the dam. And quite a few birds, some white-faced whistling ducks we had earlier. It looks like knob-billed ducks as well, blacksmith lapwings. And it's looking very calm. So what I want to do is just spend a little bit of time watching but listening, because the impalas also looked like they heard something as we arrived, and they were all staring in the direction that Hart ran towards. So I just want to take a bit of time in case we can hear something that will show us what might be around. See that impala is looking very alert. There is something happening. I can't hear anything that tells me what specifically it might be, but the animals definitely can. They're either smelling, hearing, or seeing something, and I think it's long distance, so I think it's hearing or smelling. And I'm just wondering what on earth it might be. That impala really has not moved his gaze. I think I need to take another drive along the boundary and just have a look in case there is something that might be moving this way. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll surprise us with some wild dogs or something crazy.
We are going to pop into a little pan that I want to show you all. Lots of elephant tracks on this road. And lots of hyena, but that's not a surprise. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous little pan that the Nkuhumas used to love, just here. And I want to go down and take a look. Greg, we actually have a tortoise in camp, a Speaks Hinge tortoise called Gregory. And he is very habituated. He's been coming for years and years and years and years. And he won't leave camp. He comes to the kitchen and he just waits for us. I'm not telling you what he's waiting for, but he's waiting. He just loves humans, and his name is Gregory. And I just feel like you should know that, Greg. It is a good, solid name. If a reptile's got it, then well. Okay, we are going to go down to this pan. And it's just a delightful little area. It's right at the junction of Treehouse Dam Road and Shibamu. What was that? Yes, the roads have been renamed, but slightly confusing, but we shall not go there. And it's just a delightful, delightful little water body. And even in winter, it's delightful to come down here because it's very cool, damp soil. And it hasn't actually got a name. But it's a really good place to just come and sit. Elephants come here. You've obviously got the foam nest frogs, insects buzzing. It's delightful, and these little pans in summer are going to be key. This is where you really will find at least your cats, dogs, hyenas coming to areas like this to have a drink. Okay, we're going to start to check the western sector, and we're going to send you guys over to JP with his elephants.
Watching a number of elephants coming in and out. This is probably the third herd that we've seen here this afternoon. There was also a big giraffe bull that came in, and a little bit earlier the Egyptian geese male actually chased a water monitor away but was trying to catch the chicks. We have been so lucky this afternoon with so many different interesting things that we have seen here, and I think it's to owe to the fact that when we stopped here, underneath this tree a bird flew off and defecated all over Davy, and generally we consider that as good luck in South Africa. So Davy at first was a little bit not so happy about it, and I said, thanks Davy, that's good luck, let's see what happens. And yeah, we've on our third herd of elephants already. We're going to still stay a little bit longer with them and see what they get up to. They're just busy feeding at the moment, and then we'll most likely move on and go and see what else we can go and find. Good afternoon, Alexa, and welcome to the show. Yes, we have, and if you don't mind to keep those fingers crossed for us, hopefully it will bring us a little bit more luck. While we're watching our elephants, let's go and see what Tessa is finding on her bumble.
Elephant afternoon. So we actually just had another brief view of the elephant we had earlier down in the drainage line enjoying the shade. But I've actually changed my plan a little bit again, and I'm probably going to sound like I'm chopping and changing my mind like a seesaw, but I promise I'm not doing it for no reason. So while we were sitting watching some impalas, one impala had a very, very firm gaze in one direction. And we were going to go and check the boundary because that's the way he was looking, and then all of a sudden you could see his head moving. He was following the movement of something, following, and then he stared in the other direction. So he could hear something moving from the boundary into the property. And so what I've actually done is I've gone the direction that he was looking, the direction that whatever it is was moving, and I'm doing a little square. So I'm actually just about to turn south again towards the boundary. I've just been on the northern side of the drainage line that he was looking towards. Haven't seen any tracks on the side, and now I'm going to turn south again and go straight back down to the boundary and just see if we can find whatever it is, or tracks at least, of whatever is catching these animals' attention. There is something here, and the lucky side of me wants to tell me that it might be wild dogs. But I don't want to say that too loud in case I scare them away. Okay, I'm hoping I don't lose signal in the dip. Very, very bouncy dip. Some hyena tracks, but not very fresh. Right, come on animals. What on earth has got everyone in a tiz this afternoon? It's even got me in a bit of a tiz, I must be honest, because it's confusing me a bit. What is here that we can't find? Possibly a leopard, actually. We can't find it, but I guess we will find out as I'm approaching the boundary again. This is the same road that I turned on just now when we couldn't find heart. I stopped to have a listen and I turned again to go back to the den site. And basically where Twin Dams is now is down to my front left. The Impala started off looking towards directly in front of me, which is where we thought heart was going. And then it followed something that it could hear all the way to this point. But I'm going to keep going slowly and hope that I can figure out the mystery that is happening here, and we'll send you over to JP, whose elephants are coming down for a drink.
Chicks on land, and they didn't know what it was, and very quickly chased them off, trumpeting after these little Egyptian geese. They then rushed back into the water where they're much safer, and the next moment we noticed that our fourth breeding herd of elephants have come in. So quite often when we do look at elephants that have come in or have not been in, it's quite often their legs are still wet when they return to the water, or they are still covered with mud from a mud wallow that they just had at the water itself. These are still bone dry if we looked at their skin. And hopefully some of these might actually eventually progress to swimming, which is one of the things that we were doing. But let's sit and watch and also listen to the different sounds in the background. So one of the things that we've noticed this afternoon as well is that the wind is swirling and it's quite strong as well. And every now and then when one of these bulls come past you, you will actually get a whiff that they're actually in must. It's a very strong, pungent odor. When you start detecting that odor on a bull, if you are approaching him with your vehicle, that bull's not happy with that younger male that's coming in, just chased him off now. And he knows what's good for him and he's bolted through the bush now to get away from him. Let's see if the more dominant individual is going to actually return. A lot of these young males are actually here to come and see if they can pick up potential dates, as there's many of these cows that are in estrus. But it's only the most mature, the most dominant, and all bulls in must that will have the opportunity to actually mate with these cows. And the cows also don't want young little males to mate with them. Also, with the wind that's swirling the whole time, we can also see that there's a certain uncertainty with a lot of the elephants, especially if the wind changes and they suddenly detect us while we are sitting from our vehicle. They still can smell us, and you can see that they stop. A little bit earlier, there was also something on the opposite side of the dam that was approaching that actually caught their attention, and eventually we've got an elephant that is actually swimming. So just to wrap that up, what I was saying, as eventually they stopped dead in their tracks, as though they were very unsure what was actually happening. So quite often what we do find is that animals mirror and mimic one another's behavior. Let's see if some of these individuals will now also start following the lead of this one elephant that started swimming and also start having a little bit of a bathing session. There's more and more of them that's now actually venturing into the deeper water now. good afternoon, Ted, and welcome to the show. Unfortunately, I don't, because Brightlands is an open system which is linked to the Balule, which is also linked with the greater Kruger National Park. And just to think of it, the Kruger National Park is, on its own, is approximately 20,000 square kilometers of conservation area, or 2 million hectares of conservation area, and it stretches some 300 south and some 50 to 70 kilometers from east to west. And then adjacent to that, in Mozambique, we've also got Parque National de Limpopo, or Limpopo National Park, which is a further 10,000 square kilometers, if I remember correctly. Way up in the north, there's a little corridor, but also links it with Ghana Reserve. And then we've got smaller game reserves that is on the border of the Kruger National Park in South Africa, which is Balule and Mbavati, as well as Klaseri, which is also open systems with the Kruger National Park. The last time I did look at statistics, I can remember there was something like 19 or 20,000 elephants for the Kruger National Park alone. Well, that was a good few years ago, and I'm not 100% sure what the current status is. However, we generally find that elephants are very well protected in South Africa and its conservation areas.
One of the roads less traveled. It is actually beautiful. I think I've maybe been a bit harsh on this road in the past. But we're just going to drive super slowly and let you see it. It might be a bit bumpy, but that's how it feels to be on a safari vehicle anyway. All the roads are bumpy. We're just going to give you beautiful views of the surroundings. Ah, leopard! Leopard! Oh my goodness! Hello? Is this Shadulu? I think it's Shadulu. Shadulu, my girl. Okay, Owen, I owe you a big apology. Is that you? I haven't seen you in so long, girlfriend. Ah, we're definitely not going to go anywhere now. You should see Owen's face right now. Owen and I have worked together a long time, so we are at that point where we can really tease each other and really, you're just past that boundary. And I always tease him about liking this road because I've always hated this road, Mendoza. I don't know why. I mean, I have had the Nkahumas here. It's actually where the Gowrie mast is. They call it Monkey Orange now. I don't know why. I'm going to call it Mendoza. And I said, Owen, I'm going to do this for you. I'm going to take Mendoza and look who we found. Shadulu, girl, is that you? Finally, we've broken our spots curse. And I'm just going to quickly call it in. Stations, I have located female Ingwe on Mendoza Road, just south of the mast. No, don't go anywhere. And what a perfect place to lie, in the shade on a Shadulu. I mean, what could be more perfect, really? And this really used to be Hook's world. This was Hook's territory. Hooray, I know, finally, right? We've got some spots. It took long enough, but hey, that's okay. You can see it's uncomfortable weather for all. I'm uncomfortable. Can imagine being covered in hair. Hello, beautiful. Congratulations, by the way. She has got cubs, but it's zoned. The area is zoned. And I'm hoping that because this western sector, now I'll get my map out in just a minute to explain Shadulu's territory on Juma, but it really is a western slice. But what's happened is Kara has really started to take over. Here we go. Where are you going? That's okay. Oh, and I'm going to turn around. I just need to know when she's far enough away. Okay. Now, the unfortunate thing is she's heading south. Many of you are saying it's good to see her. I know. A Shadulu on a Shadulu. Most of my sightings have been with Shadulu on a Shadulu at some point. I haven't seen her. Were we not talking about her the other day, Owen? Yeah, we were. I feel like we've maybe wished her into existence. But she has been denning. Shadulu suffered a lot of loss recently. Tristan had one of the most... The radio network's really not working well. And Tristan had the most awful sighting involving June, one of our Juma clan, with Shadulu, which really wasn't good. It was no one's fault. I really felt for Tristan having to narrate that, and then she's believed to have lost again after that. So I hope she raises these cubs, and I believe there are 2, and they're on the western slope of Simba Dam. Now, we can still drive Simba. Our signal was just terrible there for a while, but in that open area, Makulu Open, Simba Dam, especially on the wall, we should get signal. The mast is right here on the western sector. So maybe when they open it up a bit, we do have the chance to see Shadulu and cubs. But it's so good to see her. I just don't like the direction she's moving in, but that's okay. Shadulu for me has got a really unique face. And I think she's really easy to identify. She has got quite tattered ears, especially her right one. But I think she's got a really, really unique face, unique eyes. Kara looks just like, although Kara looks like a mix between mom and dad. And Tristan once had this amazing sighting with Shadulu, Mulwati, and Hukamuri. And honestly, it was just absolutely mind-blowing. It was wonderful behavior to witness. And I was around at that time, so I jumped on the back, so I was present on the drive, but I wasn't actually driving. And I got to see it all, and that's the strongest memory I'll have of Shadulu. Oh, well, that's even better. Okay, she's not facing us, but I don't want to block her view. And she's a big leopardess, actually. She's much bigger than Tandy, I would say. Shadula was really pushing for a while when she was actually mating with Mowati. She was really pushing into Juma. We were finding her at Treehouse Dam, Philomon's Dip, Weaver's Nest, Pangolin Jack, and that's really far into Juma. But she stopped. She went back west and she's been seen mating with other males, and she's sort of taken that western slice again, which is a good news for Tlalamba. Oh, thank you, my beautiful girl. There's nothing like seeing a marula tree with its best accessory, and it's not a marula fruit. I do feel like she is watching something. See her smelling the wind. Riley, you're saying what a sight. I know. Got very lucky here. Oh, thanks to Owen and his love, his great love for Mendoza Road. He also loves hyenas. Oh, you have no idea how happy I am to see her, really. I mean, I've seen Tlalamba since coming back with her two little ones. I've seen Marib's handful of times, and I've been missing everybody else. Deeply missing Tingana, but I've come to terms with the fact that we might not see him again. But it's good to see Shadulu. The western sector is quiet, and that's why I'll show you on the map, but I don't want to take away. We may lose her soon, so we'll show you the map then. It really is quiet in terms of female leopards. There's absolutely no other leopardess that uses this part, and it's only Cara that really touches in just below Sydney's Dam, possibly Sandy Patch at a push. That's why I'm hoping that Miss Shadula here brings the cubs over. But because she has suffered loss, inside. There's a lot of pressure from the west. You are welcome here, Shadulu. Look at that little tongue. Oh, she's got quite a tick on her right ear. Ugh. Okay, I am over the moon to have found our girl, Shadulu. So we're going to sit here and hopefully she doesn't disappear.
How exciting to find Shadulu in the afternoon. Well done, Lauren. Very, very, very good to hear that she is out and about. I've actually just arrived at Chitwa Dam. I want to have a little look and spend a little bit of time here, just see if there are any fresh signs of anything. We've temporarily left the area of Twin Dams because we still cannot work out what's happening there. We haven't found any fresh tracks, and we had two vehicles that we bumped into that did the boundary road towards Triple M on Gowrie Main, and they didn't pick up any tracks either. So we are going to go back to that area just now when it cools off a bit. For now, we wanted to just come and have a look and see what's happening at Chitwa Dam in case there is anything, and then we'll head back in that direction. So it looks like even the hippos are a bit shy today. They're normally here around the island, but it seems they've all moved far off into the distance. We don't have any of them close by unless they're still holding their breath. under the water. So you can hear there are quite a lot of birds that are active at the moment, red-billed buffalo weavers, starlings. The odd bird around here. But it is such a stunning afternoon. I feel like dam hopping would be a very good idea because it is so hot. But luckily you can see the surface of the water. It's quite wavy. I don't know what the correct word is. My brain can't think of it right now. But the breeze is actually a very, very strong breeze this afternoon, which is saving us from a bit of the heat, but also allowing the predators to be moving a bit more. Maybe that's why everyone's feeling shy. But I'm going to sit here for a few more minutes and just see if anything else pops up while we're waiting. So I'm just having a bit of a scan around here while we are sitting on the edge of the dam. I'm listening for any unusual bird calls, any alarm calling, any sounds of branches breaking, anything that would indicate that there might be some animals around. We've just got impalas so far and a few hippos, and everyone else seems to be fairly calm and hiding. And a lot of bird life. So while we sit here, let's just have a little listen, appreciate some of the bird calls, the sound of the breeze. Maybe we might get lucky. How beautiful to see a jacana walking along. Something gave it a fright. It had a little bit of a bounce up there. So it's just on the edge of the dam at the moment, actually quite close to the bank, but currently floating on the vegetation. I'm not hearing any very indicative sounds around us. Seems just a lot of bird activity, and actually I'm really enjoying the fact that we are sitting with the jacana. We don't often see them actually. So it's very nice to see walking along the side here feeding. Maybe as the afternoon goes on, more and more animals will come down because it is still very hot, and I'm sure they'll want to come and refresh themselves.
Say goodbye to Shadulu, everybody. Sadly, we should have stuck with her there. She's gone into Arathusa. Well, it was wonderful while it lasted, I must say. You know, just down here there's a termite mound. It's a beautiful termite mound. And Hukumuri always used to sit on it. I had many a sight, and she's heading right towards it, but I don't think we'll get any more views. I mean, the grass is so long. Okay, Mendoza's my new favorite boat. Yeah, I don't think we'll get any more views of her, so we will turn around and... We're on Triple M anyway, and the Lions were on Triple M this morning, but they were a lot further north. We were at the southern end of Triple M. So I'm just going to do a U-turn and scratch around for the Lions. I hope they're still around. The feeling of bumping into a leopard like that is wonderful, really, having no idea that they're there. Didn't see tracks. And she's just there on a termite mound. It's really quite something. Alrighty. From a spotted cat, we're now going to begin our search for a tawny cat. As I bumble up Triple M, we are going to send you over to Tessa.
So I've moved a little bit further along the dam wall, and we have found some hippos that are fairly close by. I'd say they're about 15-20 meters away from the car. So much closer than the rest of the pod, which was very happily relaxing right at the top end of the dam. Right on the eastern side. So at the moment, I think the water is definitely the best place to be. It is so hot this afternoon. We've had to reapply our sunscreen, making sure we're drinking a lot of water, and the hippos luckily don't need to worry about that. This does look like it is an adult or two with a calf, which is very exciting because last time I was here I met a newborn calf, not Rolo, a later generation than Rolo, but it was a tiny little newborn, I would say a few days old, and so I've been hoping that I could actually come and see it again and see how much it's grown. We haven't had a very good view yet. We've only really seen the adult mostly out of the water. So I'm hoping that we might get a glimpse just now of the calf. They grow so quickly when they're this age. So I'm going to sit here for a few more minutes and hope that I get a glimpse of this calf. But while we do that, we'll head over to JP.
Welcome back to Eco Training Islands. At the moment we're watching a tree that's full of very unhappy tenants. And the tenants include both squirrels, virtual starlings, as well as red-billed hornbills. And the reason why they're so unhappy is that there's a 2.7 meter long black mamba that's moved into the hollow of this tree, most likely where these squirrels have a nest, as well as where the virtual starlings have a nest. They're at the moment all watching very carefully to see if they can spot this snake. You can see the squirrel moving up and down again, very annoyed, flicking its tail and making that sound that it will normally produce when it's annoyed by something in its presence. So for those of you that are not familiar with black mambas, they're actually one of the most dangerous snakes in Africa, and they're also Southern Africa's largest venomous species of snake. And they've got a very strong, potent neurotoxin per millimeter of venom, and for the amount of venom that they can inject, they're incredibly lethal. However, the venom of a boomslang is actually still more potent, but when it does come to injecting the venom, it actually injects only a very small amount of venom, and the venom action is also very different. In the case of where the black mamba has got a strong neurotoxin, because the boomslang actually has a very strong hemotoxin, which affects the blood. And generally, with most boomslang bites, you've got a lot of time to play with to get to a doctor. But with a black mamba, your time is much shorter. I generally say that you need some 45 minutes before you need medical attention. However, there's several records of people that actually made it way beyond this point. The squirrel is actually very smart. He knows that he mustn't even try and venture inside that hole, as that he will become the next meal for that black mamba. Hopefully our mamba will actually leave and they'll be able to get back inside their little holes and back into their nest. And we're going to sit and watch for a little bit longer and hope that they're going to come out. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
It's actually a really ugly road, to be honest with you. So we're not heavily trafficked. We're not going to sort of stop. But the lions were around here this morning. Now there's no way in this heat they'll still be here, but I'm just going to scratch around a little bit. I need to keep my ear on the radio as well to see if they've been located. But it could be quite simply that they've also crossed into another property. They might not exactly be on our property. Boundary lines are never really that attractive. That cheetah cut line is, but not one side. This is a main access road that everybody uses, from your fuel guy to your food guy to your medical guy, everybody, guests, staff. So it's not that attractive, but animals still use it. These lions have cut into a drainage line, but there is a pan coming up, so I am just going to pop in and see if maybe they've gone for water. Hopefully over that side we get lucky.
So we have bumbled along a little bit towards the Chitwa airstrip, and it seems like there is a beautiful herd of elephants that are enjoying the marula trees and some of the fruits that have dropped down. And this is actually quite a large breeding herd. So it's definitely an elephant afternoon, everybody. We've got the oldest cow, which is the one on the right. Definitely the largest of them all. And she actually looks as though she might be pregnant. Her belly is hanging quite low. This is one of the younger females walking towards us now. And there's quite a few calves of varying ages you can see there in the middle of the herd. There's only one very young elephant calf here, I'd say maybe a month old. And you'll see it hopefully walking through the gap soon. It's right on the left-hand side at the moment, but hiding behind the tree. Oh, come on, little one. So it's with that last female on the left. Oh my goodness, this is lovely. This light with the grass, it's just beautiful. Okay, here comes the female with the tiny calf. Let's have a look. There we go. At the moment, I'm actually not hearing any bird calls, but just now we were hearing, oh my word, that is so cute. I'll answer that question now. I just want to watch this baby. Oh, sweet. It's like riding to keep up with the rest of the herd at the moment. Okay, they are disappearing quite quickly though. So we're hearing some starlings, some buffalo weavers. There was a cuckoo calling as well. And actually, from what we could tell, it looked like it might have been a juvenile great spotted cuckoo. Oh, the elephants are coming back. They've changed direction again. Franklin spurfowls. Woodland kingfisher as usual. The different dove species. Oh, that little calf is so small. In some places you can barely see it above the grass. So I'm wondering if this herd has already gone down to the dam or not. I actually can't see any watermarks on any of them, as though they have already been to a watering hole. Maybe they're waiting for it to cool down a little bit before they move all the way across the clearing. They must be getting quite hot directly in the sun like that. So they've actually been moving through the clearing very slowly towards the direction of the dam, but it seems like they're starting to settle again. With a little calf that size, I wouldn't think this herd would be moving too far. The little one will be struggling to keep up. It's not quite as fit, with not as long legs as the older calves at the moment, like the one you can see on the right, which is a good few years old already. And so the mom is going to have to move fairly slowly, just to let the little one keep up and rest regularly on a hot day like today. That little one is going to need a lot of rest, a lot of milk, and a lot of care. Jasmine, it literally looks like a sea of gold. I don't think the camera does it justice. It is really beautiful with all the different colors, and the way that the grass is just blowing in the breeze, it looks like a wave. To see the elephants walking at a distance is actually so nice. Sometimes when you take a step back and you can see them moving from a distance, it really does give you a lot more of an overview and a more peaceful image, because you can really actually appreciate them from a distance, see what they're doing, how they're moving, and just the general splendor in the scenery. That little one is really trying to keep up at the back there. Still at the stage where everything is a new smell, a new stimulus. Aiden, very young calves like this one, there is only this little baby, which is currently playing with its trunk, trying to figure out what it's used for. Slightly older calves, so up to about 4 or 5 years old. I think there are 5 that I can see dotted through the brush. Oh my goodness, a termite mound. So a little calf like that still has absolutely no idea what its trunk is used for. And everything is a new experience, especially termite mounds. Termite mounds are very popular with elephants because they provide such good food. I'm going to try and move a little bit forward so we can see the rest of the herd coming in. They did a full 180 and they've changed direction. I'm quite amazed. So this is actually the exact same spot where I had Langa last week. Oh, stunning. Look at that view, everybody. Yeah, the calves are actually quite spread out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 5 older calves and 1 very small one. Now they're moving in the opposite direction to the dam. I wonder if they're headed towards the drainage line, maybe. Nice and cool. But let's just watch and take in a little bit of this golden scene. It's not often we get to see elephants in a big clearing like this, let alone relaxing and moving slowly as a family. So it actually shows you how long the grass is. That these older calves that are already a few years old are almost 3/4 obscured by the grass sometimes. It is so lush. Perfect for elephants here. So this youngster that you can see underneath the morilla tree on the right, I think it's looking for morilla fruits because it was taking a few extra minutes, and every time it looked like it wanted to leave, it would back up a few steps again and go back to the morilla tree. And now it's realized the rest of the herd is a little bit further away than it anticipated, so it's done a little bit of a jog to get back. Not that it's in incredible danger here. That size, lions could still take down an elephant of that age. But in an open area with the rest of the herd, not that much to worry about. But still worth being careful, and because the calves in particular are so social, they like to be with the other calves. Playtime is learning time. It's one of the most important things any young animal can do, is play as much as possible and explore. Whether it's new smells, new tastes, new sounds. So important at this age. I'm definitely going to enjoy sitting with them for a few more minutes and just see where they decide to go. So as these elephants are kind of moving off towards the thickets, let's just have a nice quiet moment where we can take in the scenery and all of the beautiful calls around us. can hear some bee eaters. European bee eaters. Oh, how lovely. I love that sound. So special being able to watch these elephants as they just slowly move through the clearing, and now they're disappearing into the thickets on the side, and I think I'm actually going to leave them to it. They're moving towards the drainage line, and I think they're going to have a really good time this afternoon finding some shade, and maybe a bit later on a little bit of water too. But for now, nice and relaxed, and off they go towards the sun. Okay, so we have had the elephants move off towards the drainage line. So lovely to be able to watch them through the clearing like that in the golden light. It was like a sea of gold waves. So pretty, and so many marula trees around. I'm sure they are having such a relaxing afternoon. I am leaving them to it. I'm headed back towards the boundary. And just appreciating a little bit of our afternoon light as it's starting to turn a bit more golden. Actually, maybe have a focus there. I don't know if you can see the cuckoo hat. There's a cuckoo on the other side, just on the other side of the airstrip here. No, don't go. So it's just on the other side in the sun. And this is actually the cuckoo we heard calling earlier. Great spotted cuckoo just on the other side. Can you see the yellow curry leaves? Straight down to the right. A bit further up, right on the grass line. Further up, further up. Okay, there. Yes, there it is. It's moving. So this is actually the cuckoo we heard calling earlier. Looks like a great spotted cuckoo from the back. And they're actually not that common here. Very unusual to see it running through the grass, actually, sticking to the ground, as opposed to normally you find them in the lower branches of the trees in quite thick areas. But this is the cuckoo we heard calling earlier. I'm happy that we can actually see it now on the other side of the airstrip. So this is probably only maybe my third great spotted cuckoo ever. So it's actually quite an amazing moment for me. Especially seeing it running along the ground like that. It's reminding me of the Egyptian geese earlier. Those goslings that were so tenacious. Looking for food all along the edge of the airstrip. There's actually quite a lot of birds around here. I'm hearing bee eaters, I'm seeing rollers. Oh, and they got some food. But I think we're actually going to leave the cuckoo to carry on with its afternoon feeding. We're going to carry on down towards, well, back in the direction of the dam, actually. Oh, there's the European roller. We're going to carry on back towards the dam and see if we can find anything else along the airstrip on the way. It seems to be a very popular spot for birds this afternoon. All the golden light, the insects, the breeze. Paul, I'm glad that you enjoyed the action-packed day. We definitely have as well. I think between this morning and this afternoon, everything's just kind of come alive. It's been absolutely wonderful. We have had a very, very, very lucky day. I have seen quite a few impalas around, some wildebeest. Everybody's looking very relaxed, so that kind of tells me that there aren't any obvious signs of predators here. It is very quiet this afternoon on Chitwa. But we are going to head back towards that area of Twin Dams just to see if we can figure out what on earth was happening there earlier. Maybe we'll find some tracks now. And we were actually chatting to one of the other guides earlier about maybe where the Talamatis have gone, but nobody has found them yet this afternoon. So while I carry on towards the boundary, we'll head over to Lauren on a bumble.
I am on Bovelshoek Cut Line. Lion tracks have been called in a bizarre road. I just wonder if the Talamatis really went for a walk today. But I promised you the map, so I'm just going to pull up into the shade. It's a lot easier for me in the shade. And then our good old map. It is a bit windy, but naturally, oh my hat. This is Djuma, of course. And the western sector, I would call it from probably Shibamu, like this. And we found Shidulu, they've called it now Monkey Orange, but nope, on Mendoza about here. Right where I've got my porky pointer. It's a funny road, this one. And Shidulu's territory, now that Kara's probably pushing in, I don't know if I would even say as far as that. Kara pushes in this little square, give or take. So then the rest of the western slice is really Shidulu's. And to be honest, Hukamuri was always found on Zoe's Road. Always Zoe's Road. And there's this famous junction that we always stop for the sunrise. It's beautiful. That's here. And then he would take him to Vuotella Access, where he would most likely go out. So it's Shidulu's still using what Hook used to use. And it doesn't look like it, but it's still a substantial chunk of the reserve. Shidulu's little slice, and I'm really hoping that she just brings the cubs over. If you see Simbambili's here, Arathusa's here. So Simbambili way west extends way off the map to somewhere about here. She's stashing the cubs in a den. So it's still a nice slice she's got there. It's a safe slice and no other female is using it. It's only Kara using that tiny little square at the top. But Shidulu was, as I mentioned, coming in a lot more before. But they do shift as well with who they have mated with, because naturally they're under the male's protection. Oh, Bianca, we've always really seen Shidulu. Always. She is one of our main leopardesses. We call her the Duchess of the West. And I love that. I love it. And I do naturally hope we get more sightings of her, but it probably is because the lions have been around in the west for quite a few days now, and she will naturally be tied at this point in time to the den at Simbambili Dam. But like Kalamba, once the cubs get a little bit mobile and she starts to move, you never know where she'll bring them. So yes, Bianca, I hope to see her more, but she is one of our main leopardesses. Kalamba takes up most of Djuma, but that's Shidulu's little chunk. On Djuma, I must note that her territory extends far west and a little bit south too. That's not her territory, but on Djuma it is. But it's good to see her. She was scent marking. She was scush on the marula trees. So she's scent marking, so she's still very active in keeping that little part of her territory. I want to get to Bovelshoek Dam and see if anything's happening at that side. Lassie, I don't know, I'm afraid. Been here for about almost 3.5 years on Djuma. I don't know. A few months we were in training, hardcore training. It wasn't a quick thing. But I think over time it's not really about the roads or the map, it's about actually really being able to navigate the roads. Where are the shortcuts? Where are the two tracks? Where are the game paths? Where are those little pans that I've been showing you? I keep stopping at little pans to show you. They fill up in summer, they're completely non-existent in winter, and that's when you know a property. When you know okay, the line's cut in here, you know his trajectory and know he's on an animal path, and if I loop around here I'm going to pick him up. That's really when you know it's not really so much about learning the map, it's about learning the actual roads and how to navigate them. Which roads are going to flood with the heavy rains, which roads are going to be closed with the heavy rains, where den sites are. That's really when you can really understand a property. And that takes time for sure. But learning the roads took me, it was all new to me at the start. And once you really start to learn their territories, they are honestly little creatures of habit. And we picked up Hukamuri and the same roads every single time. And if I had Singana's tracks on quarantine or in our camp, which was very often, I could guarantee you he'd be on Galago shortcut. Most of the time he was. You start to learn where animals move. Okay, you don't always find your animals. It really helps. And the dogs maybe prefer territorial animals, those that are claiming social dominance of an area. They will. It is just a little dip. I'm halfway in it now. Don't know whether to go through it or not. Normally we just go through this dip and picture freezes for about a second but pops up again.
Taking over back on Jupiter. Any updates?
Okay, I'm going to continue heading towards Buffelshoek Dam. Hi Tess, no updates. I am heading.
Islands at the moment. We're just driving towards the area where we want to go and follow up where lions were found earlier this morning. We're really hopeful that they actually might have stayed there. However, the morning was pretty cool, but it means that they might have moved off. But let's keep our fingers crossed and hope that we do find them. In the meanwhile, we're just going to do a silent moment where you can enjoy the sounds and the surrounding.
I am bumbling back along Gowrie Main on the cut line, and I'm headed towards Twin Dams area again. I want to go and have a look if there is any more activity around there, considering we had some strange behavior from Hart and from those impalas earlier. So I'm just taking a slow bumble, checking that there haven't been any fresh tracks crossing in or out, and I want to go and have a look what activity there might be around there. At the moment, it seems like it is still a little bit too hot, and a lot of the animals are hiding in the shade, which I definitely don't blame them for. Ellis, I would think maybe things like cheetahs wouldn't really appreciate the drainage lines so much, because they are the smallest of the cats and the most vulnerable, the lightest. They definitely wouldn't feel as safe in a thick, dense area like a drainage line, because then lions, leopards, hyenas can sneak up on them. I am actually going into quite a steep drainage line at the moment, so I'm hoping that we don't lose signal, but if we do, I'll be back in a second. But yes, cheetahs, definitely cheetahs would not enjoy a drainage line. Okay, we are now approaching Twin Dams. I have not seen any fresh tracks crossing in or out thus far. I wonder what on earth has been going on. Right. Let's have a look if there's been any changes at the dam. I'm about to pull onto the dam wall. I'm not seeing any activity along the cut line itself, so I don't know if maybe Hart heard something in the middle of that block between the cut line, the den site, Weaver's Nest Road and Twin Dams Road. A little, very small square, so it's a very small area for there to be something going on without us knowing. But we are stumped. Every now and then something still throws us a curveball. Oh my goodness, the impalas are still here, and can you believe it? They are still staring, especially the one. Still staring. Hello, impalas. So they haven't left the side of the dam. It also doesn't look like they've come down to the dam. It seems as though they are feeling more comfortable just in that little open area right on the edge. Now, earlier we were sitting on the other side of them. I wonder what on earth has come through here. So it is actually still very hot, so I'm surprised that the impalas are still out in the open. You can see there is a bit of shade behind them, but they are still very much in the sun, and they have not moved in the last hour, which tells me they're feeling a bit nervous, perhaps. Yeah, look at that. They're all still staring. Can you see the form of that impala? He is raised up on the front to look bigger. He is staring almost like a pointing dog would point. He is pointing in that direction. He is staring. I wonder if there is something in the block here. Something has got them feeling nervous, otherwise they would have already moved off, or at least moved position, but they really have not moved at all. They're not drinking, they're not feeding. They just seem to be standing. Something is not right. Don't know if anybody wants to take a guess as to what might be in the area. Maybe we'll get lucky and find it. But I'm sure there is something here. We just have not managed to put our fingers on it just yet. So if you would like to take any guesses, please do send them in. Maybe by everybody having a bit of a think about it and sending in some replies, maybe we'll get lucky enough and find it. Maybe that's the good luck that we need. I am actually from here. I'm going to go towards the hyena den and just see if Hart is by any chance back. And then I'm going to do another little loop and see if I can check through this drainage line. For now, I'm going to leave the dam and I'll send you over to Lauren, who's made her way to a dam.
Oh, the thickeneys are all having a big fight with one another. What is going on, guys? Very unhappy thickeneys. So, Buffelshoek Dam, I have a question for you. Are you going to give me a sighting before the end of my stint? I don't think so. Oh, and look at this crazy little creature. Sorry, I've never seen this before, and I'm going to be honest and open that I don't know what it is. I'm going to rely on you guys. But it's amazing. Look at this guy. Longest antenna in proportion to his body. No. Just let us see what you are. No. Come on. Ah! Did anybody get a good view of what that was? I don't know, but it was beautiful. And last night I meant to say thank you, Stuck in Bed, so much you identified the hyena as Gingarika. And that's interesting. The Gingarika is now spending time at the drain. Very interesting. Because of course Heart is her mama. So she's now been introduced to the cubs and spending time there. She's in a good position because her mum's high ranked. But thank you, Stuck in Bed, for that. I really couldn't figure out who it was. The minute we go into infrared, I become useless at ID. But it's good to know Gingy's around. I was hoping it would be in Gwazi. Not seen him yet. We are just going to check Warripan Road. I just want to see if Klalamba has come back in, or if she's come to get the cubs, if we can see cub tracks going back out. It's just good to know her movements. If you leave it too long and you don't know her movements, then it's a blank canvas. And that's what I was working with before. And it's tricky. So, Buffelshoek Dam, it's been a pleasure. But it is time to bumble on. Kimberly, you're seeing a crab spider? I don't think so. Spiders don't really have antennae. Those were long antennae. But I really don't know. It was tiny, smaller than my pinky nail. I don't think it was spider. But I'm always open to being wrong. I don't know. Did you get a good view of it, Owen? Not really.
Long antenna.
Yeah, very long. It was cute. Okay, getting onto Warripan Road. Wesley, you must be new to watching us. We have 4 dams on Juma. Twin dams, Treehouse Dam, Buffelshoek Dam and Gowrie Dam. We have some pans, some natural pans, some man-made pans, little areas that we know just fill up in summer. But in terms of actual dams on Juma is 4. Chitwa Dam's not too far away. You just go straight down Cheetah Cut Line, cross into another property, and on a straight trajectory you'll come to Chitwa Dam. And Sydney's Dam pretty much sits on our boundary, to be honest. It's practically on Juma but not. And it's a great place for sightings, some incredible sightings at Sydney's Dam. It's just we've always struggled to get signal there. I don't really understand the whole signal thing, but it's always been a black spot. And it is in Buffelshoek, but not by much. We can view it from the cut line, but actually on Juma 4. And it's always good to check them. And Owen was also saying that Buffelshoek Dam had some cracking sightings for him. And me too, back in the day, 2019, pushing into 2020, 2018 for sure. Epic sightings at Buffelshoek Dam. But those days are gone. It's very quiet now. Okay, I'm on to Glory Pan Road to get searching, and we're going to send you guys over to Tessa.
Okay, everybody, so we have just arrived back at the den site, and it looks like we do have an adult here. But what we noticed straight away, and I don't know if you've noticed the difference, but have a look at the size of this hyena's belly. It is much larger than the hyena that was here earlier. And either this means this is ribbon, or Heart found a very quick meal. We're trying to get a good look at the ear, but unfortunately she has it quite far back. So if anyone recognizes spots on the side and can confirm for me that this is indeed Heart, I would be very grateful. However, with the marks on the ear, I'm not yet convinced. There are quite a few scars on the face as well. Look at the size of that belly. My goodness. So if this is Heart, that was one of the quickest meals. Ah, definitely ribbon. There we go. Thank you so much. I didn't think that Heart would have had eaten so quickly. And I wasn't convinced with that little patch of pink on the ear. So I am learning. I should learn to back myself with the hyena IDs. I'm getting better at it. Okay, so Ribbon has eaten. I'm wondering when Heart jetted off, if she went in the direction that Ribbon came from. We didn't see Ribbon arriving. And so we don't actually know which direction she came from, and we have not seen Heart since then. Something is happening in this block, everybody. For now, we haven't seen a glimpse of the cubs yet, so we're just going to give it a few more minutes to see if they come out. We are starting to feel the temperature dropping, and so I'm hoping that means that the little cubs are going to come out at some point and show us their little faces. I've only had a very brief view of them twice now this afternoon, and I'd love to see a bit more of them, having not seen them for so long. For the moment, there are no more adults here that we can tell, although they might be spread out somewhere in the thickets. I know there have been a lot of very interesting interactions happening here recently. But it has been very calm here this afternoon. I think it's also got to do with the weather. It has been much hotter this afternoon than the last few days, or it felt like that anyway. Now that we're sitting in the shade, we can't really feel it as much. But I'm very happy to see that Ribbon has had a very good meal. This is going to help her a lot with that milk production and keeping those cubs safe and healthy. You can imagine now that she has eaten a lot, her biggest movements might need to be maybe to the dam to cool off a bit, have a bit of a spa day, drink a lot of water to help with that digestion, and then possibly out to do a little bit of territorial marking or catching up with the rest of the clan, and then back again. I don't think she'll need to feed again anytime soon with a belly that size. Which is really good news, because then the den might be a little bit more active in the next few days. She is breathing quite heavily, so I think she is still quite hot even though she's in the shade. She's chosen a very good den site in terms of positioning, because she is actually fairly well sheltered from here. You can see the grass around her is blowing, but where she is sitting, she's actually very well sheltered from the side wall of the den entrance, from the wind. And then at the same time, in the hottest part of the day, the den entrance kind of blocks the sun, and so the den will stay a little bit cooler. In the late afternoon, that's when we start seeing the sun come in here. Oh, it sounds like we have got some more spots on the other side. So while I'm sitting here with Ribbon, waiting to see if there's any more action, let's head over to JP with the giraffe.
To go trading Pridelands, we're just going to do a very short segment on the giraffe as we don't really want to waste a lot more time. We actually have a trail of lions and we quickly did a walk in to just go and see where they were, and we could see where the tracks were heading, and it seems as if now moved off into an easterly direction. However, there was a number of giraffe that was staring as well as impala. When we initially looked through the binoculars, we could see nothing. So from there, I quickly did a walk in, and generally the standard thing that lions will do is if they do spot you, they will lift their heads. However, no lions lifted their heads, and the giraffes are still staring, but they're staring at something which I can't see, and it is precisely in the area where we were actually walking. So what we're going to possibly rather do is rather put our focus in finding the lions as quickly as possible, as we've probably got another 30 minutes of sunlight left in our favor. Let's go and see what we can go and do.
Driving, looking for tracks. Taking it easy as it's getting cooler. I'm going to give you some views, mobile views of the surroundings as we move. Looking for tracks means you really, really have to drive slowly. And it's hard when I'm short and you can't really see over the bonnet. But I'm not looking for any tracks, I'm looking for specific tracks, which is a little bit easier. Look at the surroundings, isn't it just beautiful? It was a really rubbish morning and it's turned into the most beautiful afternoon. Look at all those spiders, Owen. Community nest spiders all out and about. My goodness. Oh my goodness. I think you can see them better in the nest. Ugh. A little bit creepy, but also extremely cool. There's a vehicle here. We better run for cover. Isn't that absolutely astonishing? Social spiders.
Okay, so we are still sitting at the den site. There hasn't been any movement from the cubs yet, but Ribbon did look up briefly and look around like she heard something. Maybe the cubs made a noise inside the den. We didn't hear it though. But for now it's a game of patience as it's cooling off, just to see if we do get any movement. I can see something flicking behind her, and she definitely doesn't have a tail, so maybe that's a cub's ear. Just at the back of her leg, towards the entrance, a little bit further. Yes, it looks like a little cub lying there. Yes, that's an ear. Yes, it is indeed. There is a cub sleeping behind her. Oh, hello. It looks like it might actually be nursing at the moment, but from behind. The grass is so long we barely noticed it there. So it looks like just one. We can't see any little bits of any other cubs. And I'd actually love to see all three of them together to try and see the difference between the three, because I know Heart's cub is a little bit smaller and a little bit darker still than Ribbon's two cubs. So she is looking very relaxed, and as the light is starting to fade and it gets cooler, I think they are going to get a little bit more active. Deb, I'm also very happy to see her at the den. It was nice to see Heart here earlier, my first time seeing Heart at the den site. I've seen Ribbon here a lot more, thanks to my last 2 stints here at Djuma. But I'm hoping over the next 2-3 weeks that we'll see them a lot more as well. And then I'll get to see them coming out and playing a bit. I think as the evening wears on, they are going to get a little bit more active, but for now they are just looking so relaxed. Such an important and such an intimate moment to be witnessing. Anytime you get to see cubs so close to mom, and especially when they're drinking milk, is a very intimate moment. So we are very lucky to be sitting here. Even if we can't see the cub properly, they trust us enough that we can sit here quietly and they really don't mind. I think one of the most special things about the Djuma clan is that it is so well documented, all the different individuals, their ages, the relationships between them. I think it might be the most well-studied clan in history in terms of each individual. And it's amazing to be able to connect all the different dots and see the web as it sits and how it changes as well. I think the dynamics in the last few months in this clan really have been very special to be able to witness. So I think we're all very lucky. I do want to just listen for a little bit, so let's just watch as these two share their moment and have a listen. We did hear some ground birds that sounded very unhappy. Maybe Heart is on her way back. So I am just every now and then checking behind me and scanning out to the sides, because it sounded like those birds were calling from Twin Dams. We've been doing a few circles this afternoon trying to figure out what's happening, but Ribbon did not seem bothered by that at all. She didn't even lift her head when those birds were calling. Interestingly enough, the other hyenas that we saw closer to the area of the lions did not include Ribbon. I actually haven't seen her near the lions at all. I wonder where she got some food from. Maybe the same place that Heart rushed off to. I do still think that there is something in this block, not quite at the boundary, somewhere in between Twin Dams, Treehouse Dam and the boundary, there is something. And I think as the crow flies that way around everybody, as the crow flies, we're actually not that far from the boundary at the moment. We're a few hundred meters, so it's not a very big block, but somehow, with the thickness of the bush, we cannot work out what is in here. Maybe as it gets later, though, we'll get lucky. Oh, there's another little glimpse of the head moving. Taylor, she does look very relaxed this afternoon. I think she's enjoying the cool breeze and the fact that she's no longer in the sun. And the fact that she is so relaxed is telling me that she is not too bothered by whatever is happening around her, and that could be because she is so full at the moment. If she's had a really good meal, she doesn't need to be chasing around after anything. She's got enough food to keep her going, to keep her milk production strong for her little cubs. And so she can probably settle for the rest of the evening quite happily without getting distracted. I would love to see some of the other adults come along so we can see what the interactions are like, considering what's been happening the last few days. Lauren has had some incredible sightings here with the adults. The different members of the clan interacting with the cubs, interacting with each other. And it is really good to see that the cubs are starting to socialize so freely with some of the other adults. So these last few days when it has been hot, it's been much hotter than my previous 2 stints in the afternoons. And I'm quite surprised. This is the first time, today in particular, both times that I've been here with an adult. It's the first time that I've seen the cubs so inactive when there is an adult here. And I think the heat has a lot to do with that. But it is nice to see them just relaxing, getting some rest in. I am still hearing the odd bird call from the area of Twin Dams. So I think what I might do, I might actually leave these hyenas in peace for the evening, move back towards Twin Dams and just have a final check if there's anything there, and then carry on a bumble. And while I start heading in that direction, I will send you over to Lauren, who is currently on a bumble.
I need my hyena fix, people. I need my fix. No, I'm checking around for Tlalamba tracks. Nothing fresh. I can see her tracks from a few days ago heading out, but nothing fresh. But she will leave, make a kill, feast, sleep, have some alone time, come back, get them, take them there. That's very much the stage she's at. It's always worth checking. And then at least I know where they're moving. Someone pointed out tracks this morning and said, no, I'm telling you, those were her tracks from the other day. Because I'm on this road multiple times a day. Yeah, it's a good thing. Driving into the sun. Wunderbar. And this was a little temporary spot she was using, but I think it really was just that little temporary stopover side. It's ideal. It's actually really beautiful. I don't think she's got her cubs stashed here. They were going boing, boing, boing from each branch. Liam, last minute Tlalamba. Oh, it's a tall order, that's for sure. To track her the first time around, it took me about 10 days or something like that. But we know where she's moving now. We know what little stop site she's using, what den site she's using. I'm just reminiscing, wishing it was that evening again. But we'll just check cheetah cut line. She seems to be using that a lot. To be honest, she's using very similar areas to Tandy that Tandy used when Mareeves was a cub before they really did just head over to Torchwood. But I would say that's how we found fresh tracks, but I knew they were fresh because I've been driving this road every day. So it really is worth it. And I mean, we don't have any other vehicles driving Juma, no trackers. It's just Tessa and I. So things might take a little bit longer, but when they do, they are so worth it. Shadulu sighting was short, which was a shame, but it was so worth it. We didn't even have any idea that she'd crossed over. Normally we get messages, leopard has crossed over, so you have an idea. If you just check these specific roads, you're going to pick up on some signs of her. We had no idea she was on the property. No one is driving right now. There's also something really beautiful about that. I would like to confirm the sex of the other cub before I go. I'm convinced it's a boy and a girl, but really didn't get a proper look. Sally, you're saying the golden light never gets old. No, it's beautiful. It's so ideal for photography as well, really. It's... Davy will always say, the light's perfect right now. We need to find something. But you're right. Never, ever gets old. I'm just going to take a moment to look at the ground here. Nothing too obvious. Talking of Davy, we are going to send you guys over to JP and himself.
At the moment, we're still on the trail of our lions. I just saw some vivid monkeys. If they were around here, they would definitely not be over here, because these guys would be very upset. There's also an elephant bull that's moving into the easterly direction along this drainage line. If he does locate on our lions, he'll definitely start trumpeting. So I'm just going to make my way back to where I found the last track, and then from there on continue in the easterly direction, and I hope that we can find them before we lose light. These lions have definitely moved quite a big distance from where we did our previous little segment, roughly some 10 minutes ago. This is also very cautious when we're driving, that we don't drive a little millipede with the Zena road. So I want to double check on the tracks, but our tracks is definitely heading out this direction. Yes, we do have a track. There's our track right over there. However, the light is very poor, so we have to be very focused now to make sure that we don't lose our tracks. If you have to focus on both driving as well as tracking at the same time, that makes things a little bit more complicated. And that's why most lodges will actually have trackers in the front of a vehicle. And we can see our line tracks is all moving down this side. Looks like there's a number of different age groups, individuals within this group. That's most likely the whole big Ngati pride that we're looking at. Let's keep our fingers crossed. Yes? Yes! We're not rapping. We're not holding off speaking either. There we go. Got him. At least we got two of the cubs that has fallen behind. Most likely the cubs are lying further back, but they don't get in the way of the adults. What we also did notice a little bit earlier on this afternoon, that there's a big herd of buffalo in this drainage line. And with a big pride of lions like that, a buffalo is definitely something that they would love to go for. Let's watch our little cubs for a short while. Moving on and see if we can track down the rest of the pride. I was so focused on looking for the tracks that I actually almost missed the lions, and luckily Darby shouted here from the back, "Yep, JP!" And the next moment we looked up and we managed to find them. Thank you, Sir 50, we appreciate, and it's lovely to find them. For me, normally small little lion cubs are some of the my favorite lion sightings that I've always had over the years. For some reason, small baby animals, I think, is something that everybody likes. Although a big male lion is pretty impressive to find. What I would suggest is that we don't spend too much time with them, because we've probably got another 10 minutes of light. I just always do a little check with my fingers just above the horizon, and if double fingers above the horizon equating to just underneath the ridge of the sun. That's pretty much 15 minutes. It's not a lot of time. Let's see if we can find them. It also seems that a big male is in this group as well, because I did see his tracks moving down along the drainage line. And with a big male lion like that, it's a very valuable asset to have, especially when you want to hunt buffalo. The tracks are still continuing in this direction. Let's continue our follow. Hopefully we get lucky very soon.
So I have left Twin Dams, I'm back on Gari Main, and I am bumbling along looking for any tracks or signs to tell me what on earth is happening in this area. So far, no luck, just some very relaxed looking impalas. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of a loop towards Treehouse Dam, just to see if maybe there's any activity around there. I am seeing leopard tracks. This is exciting. Hello. So the angle is not going to help at all to try and get to show that to you. But there are some tracks, and they are going that way. That is very exciting. They do look like maybe before the rain, but it doesn't mean that the leopard has completely left the area. It might mean it's around, but it's been fairly still for the day. Okay, so we have got leopard tracks. I'm wondering if it is the same leopard that we had tracks of earlier. Probably not, actually. Yeah, I think we should definitely go and check the drainage lines on the way to Treehouse Dam. Yes, this is a good idea. I think there is a leopard around. And got some hyena tracks too. Okay, things are heating up. Things are definitely heating up. Maybe we will get lucky, everybody. Cross your fingers and toes. Lots of tracks. Let's see what we find.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We've just spotted our buffalo right over there, and we've still got tracks of lions going down the road. We left the two cubs. We're just going to keep on following up until we can actually figure out where these lions actually moved in. We're still on our track. It's always good just to try and get confirmation every now and then. It's also very good to just sit and listen for different sounds, like other animals that can potentially give away the position of these lions. These might include vivid monkeys, baboons, things like squirrels, and even impalas that are snorting. Our lion tracks are still heading down the road. Although the soil is very hard, every now and then there's a soft spot. Our lion was actually lying right over here. We can see there's a crease, as well as where the track is, where it got up. Let's go and see. Maybe they were actually lying over here, specifically watching down in this drainage line to see where these buffalo are. Still on the track of our lions, they're heading straight into this direction. It's always good to, as a little strategy, just to lift your head slightly. It helps you to actually spot the track. One of the things that I used to have was a pair of sunglasses which had a ginger beer root color. And that ginger beer root color combined with a polarized lens actually makes tracking from a vehicle very effective because it does lift the track. Let's go to a crossroad, and I just want to quickly make sure that they didn't cross over into this direction. Yes, I got my tracks again, and there we go, and let's follow. And meanwhile, while we're following, let's go and see what Lauren is up to. Lying over here again. There we go.
I am really not up to much. We were just stopping to listen and take a breather. My legs get tired after 4 hours. On Cheetah Cut Line, it was a good place to listen. No luck, I'm afraid. Cheetah Cut Line is probably the most aesthetic cut line, and that's because it's not an access road, it just borders Torchwood and Djuma. It's not actually a main access road. It's not too heavily trafficked. But really no sign of plan. But the last we had of her, she went into Torchwood, which is either still there on a kill, or I've just not picked up on where she's come back in about, because her territory also extends into Buffelshoek. So if she goes into Torchwood and goes north, cuts into Buffelshoek round, then she's going to come a completely different way. Anyway, I'd just like to have an update if she's using that road or not. She's changing sort of den sites frequently now. She's moving them a lot, which is a good thing on so many levels. So they could be anywhere, but I think she is still using that Goripan loop. That sighting with Tlalamba the other day was one of my favorites of all time in this career, actually. Definitely. Okay, as I go south, we're going to send you guys over to Tessa.
I am approaching Treehouse Dam, so we found fresh leopard tracks underneath hyena tracks and then on top of hyena tracks. So we've actually got some pretty fresh tracks that we're following at the moment. I'm going to check Treehouse Dam, and then I want to just have a look in the drainage lines around here. I'm going to do a little bit of a triangle on the roads just to see where the tracks have gone, because there is definitely a predator here. I don't think this leopard moved too long ago, actually. So hopefully we might get lucky. The direction that we're going, I don't think that it's the same tracks for Shidulu where Lauren had her earlier. She's on the far west. We're actually now going east, so opposite direction, which makes me happy. So it's not as though Shidulu's done a loop and gone back. Well, she might have, but I don't think so. Speaking of the cats, everybody, JP has found his lines again. Let's head over and have a look.
Where's that male gone to? I think we're live. Our lines are just moving off towards our left-hand side of a vehicle. We did manage to locate at least one lioness as well as one big male lion. However, I've lost a big male, and it's very likely that these little guys are going to follow them, and what they do is they follow them actually by means of scent. There's also some buffalo just directly towards the right-hand side of our vehicle. Ouch, that hurts. Ouch. Yep. There's a lioness right in front of us. You can still see they haven't eaten. The stomachs is very, very empty at the moment. I just want to pull a few fawns out of my arm quickly, and then let's quickly see if we can get the rest of the group. There we go. There's our second lioness coming in now as well. I'm just going to reposition or come back onto the road here, which is going to make it a little bit easier for us. The two that fallen behind, they'll most likely catch up a little bit later. That's quite often a game that you have to learn to do, is to stick with the rest of the group, or you're going to be lost and left behind. But they do often catch up very quickly by simply smelling the tracks that's been led by the adults and the rest of the group. So we've just confirmed it is an Ngati Pride, and we also do know that it is a big male lion that is here, but it is a dominant male in this area. Thank you, Ryan. It's absolutely a pleasure, and we're glad that we could actually manage to find them, because tracking can sometimes go very horribly wrong in your favor as well. And you just have to miss a single track and miss it, and then you're back to scratch without anything to find. Let's just see if we can reposition and see if we can find the male again. We've just been joined by a second vehicle that we called in to come and help us. It's always better if you do have a team to work with. In a case like this, it just makes things so much easier. But generally, when we do work in teams, we work up to maximum of 3 vehicles, but we don't unnecessarily pressurize the animals. And quite often what we do is we'll steer one another into directions to go to specific roads, to check specific points. And it's almost like starting to play a game of chess against the lions, and by using tracks in your favor to find them. I'm just going to move around this vehicle that has now gone stationary, that we can just get back on the road. Thank you, Heidi, and it's a lot to do with Darby finding those first cubs for us on site as I was busy tracking. That's not something that you often see, lions climbing into trees. And it's quite often you will hear people say that lions can't climb trees. They actually can climb very well. They're just not so good with climbing down trees, and they often fall out of a tree on the way down. And sometimes they're so clumsy that they often get hooked onto branches in the process. Although in East Africa, it's a way more common behavior to actually find lions climbing trees. So we're just going to continue a little bit forward, see if we can get a glimpse of a male. And at the same time, I think Darby is just going to keep the camera on our lion that's decided to climb into a tree. It seems that these guys have lost interest in the buffalo, and maybe they feel that the herd is just too big for them to even attempt. It's going to stop over here, and we can just get a view of them. I also don't want to block the view from the other vehicle that's coming in. I don't know what is more impressive, watching a group of lions walking down the road, or actually the one that's going to climb down the tree. Let's see if it falls out or actually manages to climb out nicely out there. Oops, as you can see, not very elegantly. Unlike that of leopard, that does a very good job of climbing up and down trees, even with big carcasses. I can actually hear how heavy they're breathing, because it was pretty warm today and it's still costing them a lot of energy in moving. As you probably know, they actually do prefer to move in the coolest parts of the day, when it's actually costing them less energy. Our male lion is just coming from my 8 o'clock of a vehicle, and he's going to turn up right on our 9 o'clock now. I just saw something moving there through the vegetation. He's most likely going to take the very same path as this lioness is taking. if you do look at the hind legs of this male lion, you'll see that there's like a greyish dark coloration to the hind legs. And that's typical of male lions, but they actually occupy territories. So quite often, equally aged males can either be nomadic or they can be territorial. And nomadic males never have that grey coloration to the hind legs. And it's apparently due to certain chemical changes that takes place the moment they do start occupying territories. I'm just going to continue following them and see what they get up to. I'm just very glad to be back on a road. It's not one of my favorite things actually to do is to off-road. But when it does come to a high-profile species, it's obviously one of those exceptions that we are allowed to off-road. But we're still very cautious of where we drive and that we don't damage sensitive plants as well as the terrain in the process and small little animals.
Okay, so I'm actually on the trail, believe it or not, of lion tracks. It seems that we have had the leopard tracks and the lion tracks merge into the same direction, and they're definitely different. They're not lions and a random lion, it's definitely lions and a leopard. And they're all still going down the road. So I'm just bumbling along. I've done a loop around Treehouse Dam, and the tracks are actually headed towards Quarantine, believe it or not. So I am just about to go into Philemon's Dip, which is a really lovely drainage line where there might very well be some lions. Actually, what I do want to do before that is just have a quick listen here, because we're on the edge of quite a steep drainage line. It's a great place if they have crossed over and then gone up towards Quarantine. It's a great place to just have a quick listen. Just turning down my radio. Let's just have a listen in case we can hear anything here. So we have got a few birds calling, but nothing that sounds like alarm calls. But let's just keep listening. I'm going to scan with my binoculars at the same time onto the other side. You can hear the bubbling cassinas, frog species, down in the drainage line. I wonder where these lines have gone from here. Their tracks do go this way, but they probably cut back up towards Quarantine. Definitely worth having a look up on Quarantine. Maybe taking a drive from there back towards the dam. But I don't hear anything unusual. The colors are actually becoming very beautiful in the evening sky. Nice pinky orange. So I've just been sitting listening because we found quite a lot of tracks heading towards the drainage line here at Philemon's Dip. I'm not hearing any very strict alarm calls or anything, but I do feel like it's worth checking. So it seems like the tracks might cut towards the dam and Quarantine, so possibly these are the same line tracks that I called in just south of Gowrie Dam, came up Philemon's cut line and done a loop back towards the dam itself. And these ones are on top of vehicle tracks, so definitely worthwhile having a look to see where these line tracks go in case we do bump into them or the leopard close by. But speaking of lines and where they're going, let's head over to JP with his lines.
small group of elephants directly over here on our left-hand side. What was quite interesting is to watch how quickly these lions made sure that they went past Feb, that these elephants don't detect them. Because what will happen is if they do find them, they will chase them. And obviously you don't want to unnecessarily put the cubs at harm's way of such a large animal. One of the things that I normally like to do is to take an alternative road and actually get in front of them. But there's just none of the roads at the moment that will allow me to get ahead of them so that they can actually walk towards us. Just going to stick with them for a few more minutes. There's one or two other vehicles that would like to join, and we just like to give them the opportunity as well. Just take a note over here. The male is over here squirting urine. He's going to walk off and most likely scuff his hind feet right over there. No scuffing of the hind feet, but that's a way that they actually will demarcate their territory, just by means of spraying urine. Quite often you'll also see him rubbing his face on the branch there and then simply rubbing the facial glands on that object. And quite often, probably those of you that are familiar with house cats and that own cats, they love rubbing their cheek glands or facial glands on objects to mark it. They also love to scratch certain objects, and at the same time what they're doing is they're depositing interdigital scent gland and sharpening their claws. And then just as wild relatives, they also use urine and feces as well as vocalizations to proclaim territory and attract mates. I'm sure most of you are very familiar with the most disturbing sound that a domesticated cat can produce when looking for a mate, something that will drive a whole neighborhood insane. However, on this case, hearing lion proclaiming territory and advertising and calling, that's absolutely beautiful. There we go. It looks like he's going to mark again, and almost like always in the corners of a bend where they love to go and mark. Good afternoon, Cameron, and welcome to the show. No, I won't, but I am very cautious of lions on foot, as they're incredibly fast and they're incredibly alert of what's going on around them, and you don't want to play with them. Here we can see he's actually depositing the interdigital scent gland and also sharpening the claws at the same time. If you actually go and look closer there tomorrow, if we remember, you'll actually go and see how deep those tear marks is that the claws has created. I'm just going to move in here. I just want to give the other vehicle an opportunity to see as well, and we don't want to hug the whole sighting for ourselves. So just give me a moment. I'm just going to reposition the vehicle. Is now finished. I can just quickly look at the bark there from my binoculars, and if Darby maybe zooms in there, you can see how the bark has been torn off in long strips. Our male lion is now back on the road again. So to come back to Cameron's question, when it does become night, I don't like being around them on foot. And that's also why I don't walk around at dusk and after dusk. I try to get back on camps way before that, allowing myself enough light. It's only when the light starts fading that lions know that they actually have the upper hand over you. And they know very well that they've got superior eyesight over you at night time. In daytime in general, if we do bump lions on foot, they tend to run. However, if you are going to walk into a female and surprise her, and she's going to have cubs with her, she's going to be seriously upset with you. And the same for lions that are feeding or mating. Well, we're going to continue. Let's go and see if we can get another view of our lions before we lose our last little bit of light. So we'd just like to give the other vehicle a gap that they can come past us, that they can also just have an equally good sighting. So we've been pretty meeting the sighting for most of the time. Thank you, Jean. And I also love finding them in Pridelands. I'm just going to switch off the engine and you'll actually be able to hear that the baboons are probably sitting a kilometer away in a tree. You can actually see these lions and they're starting to alarm call now. As mentioned earlier, focusing on the alarm calls of other species is also very valuable tools in terms of locating predators. I'm just busy looking at what my options are in terms of roads to take, and I can see if I can actually bypass them in some way and just get ahead of them before that last little bit of light fades. That's in my favor, which I'm definitely going to take. Okay, not necessary. Our one vehicle has decided to actually reposition and go elsewhere. We're just going to start going a little bit forward. I'm going to turn the vehicle at an angle that doesn't block the road, as well as provide everybody a view. There we go. Now those baboons are definitely unhappy, don't like predators. Neither lion, neither leopard, and they'll very quickly also alarm call for any other predators such as wild dog and cheetah and hyenas too.
Got sort of bluish pinkish on this side, but over here it's beautiful. You got the orange and the yellows, and then got those dark clouds rolling in. I do really love this time of night. Not so much when it gets much darker, but this time I love it. So we're just going to sit here for a moment or two and appreciate the skyline.
Lawrence, what is Lawrence?
Standing by.
What's your position and plan?
Approaching Gary Dam.
Crossing that, doing
That's really also copy. I'm probably going to scratch around quarantine and maybe a bit of Rotella access. Isn't it beautiful? I could look at it all day, but I'm going to keep moving and make the most of the last bit of light.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. Whoops, didn't see you. My apologies. We just saw the rest of the pride moved off, but what I didn't see was a big male that was lying still over here. We're just going to have a quick look at him, see what he gets up to. We probably won't be able to follow much longer as we are starting to lose light very quickly. This male is in incredibly good condition when I always look at him, and there's barely scarring on his face, which actually tells me that he's been in very few altercations with other males. Quite often in some of the areas where we've worked and operate, we'll see that the lions actually have a large amount of scarring on their face. They also often even get killed when it does come for fighting for territory and access for mating. And quite often, there's even violent altercations within group members, as we often see with brothers that form coalitions. Well, we're going to watch our lion moving off, and then we're going to all wish you a very good evening, and we'll see you out here tomorrow morning again. I was also going to give some of the other vehicles an opportunity to come in and quickly also enjoy the sighting before we lose light. And meanwhile, let's go and see what Tess is up to and what she has.
Sounds like an absolutely wonderful afternoon over there, JP. I am on the road less traveled. I'm on Ingwe Alley. And I'm here because we've had tracks leading to this area. We haven't done Ingwe Alley recently. So I thought, why not change it up a bit? Let's see what we can find along here. And it's turning into a stunning evening. The wind is dying down a little bit. The temperature is perfect. It's not hot, it's not cold. And I just have this feeling that there's just a predator around the next corner just waiting for us to find it. Kind of doing a little bit of a zigzagging along the different drainage lines just to see that we haven't missed anything. But I'm actually also quite excited because I know in this area there is a resident genet that we do tend to see quite often. and I've been wanting to see a genet since I got back. How lovely would it be to have some spots in the form of a genet? Cliff, you're right. It actually has been a very much a family day today. The hyena babies, the elephants with their babies, the lions with their babies. Really wonderful afternoon, actually. I think we should find a leopard with babies. I think that would complete the day. A little last-minute leopard family. No, it's already getting dark, so even if we found them now, we would not be spending time with them, I can tell you that much. But I'm actually hoping for Shasha because we've been seeing the tracks of this male leopard as it's moving. Like that's actually quite a tough question to answer, purely because Djuma is fairly small and I'm pretty sure I know most of it very well already. I suppose I know Quarantine exceptionally well because we start and end every drive in that area, but I'm pretty sure I know most of the reserve about the same at this point. There's a few roads that I don't take as often, like Ingwe Alley, for example, or Weaver's Nest. But I still know the road network. I know where the drainage lines sit. So I can't really say that there's an area that I know worse than others or much better than others. I've traveled all of it quite a bit already. So I do actually feel really confident. I've gotten to the point now, you kind of know that you've learned the road system well enough when you can easily identify where you are at night, which road you're on, which road is next and where you're going, because it looks so different at night to what it does during the day. And so that's always a really good indication for us, is actually just having a look to see if we have actually managed to learn the roads at night. That makes the biggest difference. Okay, so I'm going to keep checking along the edge of the drainage line, but let's head over to Lauren, who's found some impalas.
I was starting to head west to look for those lions, but we have arrived on Quarantine, and although it's almost time for infrared, I'm just giving you some last sort of color views. We've got the wildebeest here with the impala and just that backdrop. Wow. They're all huddled together on the link road on Quarantine. There's definitely something nasty rolling in from the south. Extremely dark clouds. Wonder if we're in for more rain tonight. Connor, you're saying what an awesome sunset. Perfect day today. It was a good one, I must say. Finding Shidulu. Someone asked me the other day for updates on Shidulu. And it was just good to see her, to be in her presence again. I've had some wonderful sightings with Shidulu. Wonderful, wonderful memories with her, and it was just so lovely to bump into her, and it just makes it equally funny that it's Owen's favourite road, and I've been teasing him about that. Never again will I tease about Mendoza. But it was just nice to see her. She crossed out quickly. Shidulu was actually my first live kill. Way back, many moons ago. And it was on the Balanites Road. She killed a steenbok. I'll never forget that. Look at that one wildebeest on the road, Owen, that's just given up. Like, nope, I'm not going to stand up. going to be different and sit down. And we had some good discussions today as well. All about the world of animals, and of course Tessa got to spend time with the hyena den. I've been hogging it lately. I think we're just going to sit here and listen a little bit longer.
I'm now on a bit of a bumble. I'm gonna go and check a road called Mvubu Road because it looks like that's where the tracks might be headed. I'm not sure whether or not we'll find anything, but I don't think a last minute leopard or lion could hurt at all. Definitely a bonus. It's not quite dark enough yet that I'm definitely needing my spotlight, just by the way. It just helps me see in the grass because the grass is quite thick. I can still see pretty well with the naked eye, but this just helps in terms of a reflection of animals' eyes through the thick grass. So we're checking every tree, every termite mound, every little mitre drain, every thicket, every clearing. Just making sure we're not missing anything. I wonder if there will be anything in the drainage line north of the dam. I think it's a good bet. Now that it's cooling down nicely, what we often find is this time of the evening, hyenas and leopards and lions start moving, but at the same time, elephants actually like to come down to the water. So maybe I will get lucky. And I'm still looking for my genet, everybody. Definitely still looking for my genet. It's such a calm evening, actually. Very, very, very calm. Almost seems too calm, as though the animals are aware that there are predators here. When it gets eerily quiet with some of the other animals in an area, then you know that something might have moved through recently. So I'm hoping for that. Maybe we'll bump into something ourselves. So I'm almost back at the spot where I first saw the lion tracks, and I think these are actually going to be the freshest lion tracks, and what I'm hoping for is a little last minute lion, maybe a last minute leopard if we do get very lucky. And I still want to see the genet, but I want to go and check the drainage line that's close to Gowrie Dam or Vuyatela Dam, because that looks like it's where the tracks are going. I've done quite a few loops around. I've been scanning the trees, all of the clearings around all of the little pans. And so far, we haven't even seen impalas. And what that means is there might be a predator that's moved through if everybody's eerily quiet. Mari, actually yes, certain parts of elephants will keep growing throughout their lives. For example, in bulls in particular, their tusks will keep growing, but so will their foreheads and their muscles. So as much as the skeleton might reach a very particular size and stop growing after it reaches that height and width, the rest of the body around it will keep changing, so the muscle density and things like that will change, and especially things like the tusks and the teeth will constantly be growing and changing. So in that sense, yes, they do keep growing. They do reach sort of a maximum height, maximum body size. So if you're looking at the overall picture of an elephant and not the finer details, then I would say they would stop growing. Bulls usually at around maybe 45 years old, they would starting to slim down again. And cows, they actually start breeding from 8 years old already. They mature a lot more quickly, but I'd say they'd stop growing at around maybe 30. But that's just an educated guess. It's not an exact number. Usually, certain parts of the cows be growing. Actually coming to the dam. So this is exactly where I had the lion tracks earlier, and they're going up on the road here, so it's not as the way. So I do want to just check the drainage line that's on my right. Alright, wish me luck everybody. I'm going to head into the drainage line and I'll send you over to Lauren to see what she's up to.
I'm still just sitting on quarantine. Really just thoroughly enjoying just listening. Watching that sun go down, plunging us all into darkness. And just recapping on that topic from earlier about the animals' phenomena and what they experience. So something we are also so out of touch with as well, but it's believed that animals are not, and that is the frequency of the earth. It's also known as the Schumann resonance. And the earth actually has a frequency. And that frequency is 7.83 hertz. The earth is not still. It's spinning. We're spinning. It's hard to actually get your head around that. And it basically behaves like, I guess, a gigantic electric circuit, if you like. And we are so out of touch of this. I mean, the planet has always had a natural frequency again because it's spinning. But as life started to evolve, millions of years ago, the frequency also evolved to fit with what was happening on Earth. And there's a theory that we generally tend to feel happier in nature. Most of us, when we're away from the city, we're away from light pollution, we're away from noise pollution, we're immersed in nature, it's quiet, we can smell better, we can hear better, we can see better. Most of us generally feel happier and more peaceful. And of course, that can be from a multitude of reasons. But it's also thought that you're more in tune with the Earth's frequency. And this can be used to sort of restore, revitalize, I guess, heal. And that's one of the reasons that it's encouraged to go out in nature. Some people are very much locked in the city. But on the other hand of that, it's also believed that animals are in tune to the Earth's frequency a lot better than we are. We have just become so removed from all of that. And it's an interesting thought. Maybe that's why animals are more in tune to everything. Weather patterns, atmospheric pressure changes, vibrations on the ground. We're out of touch with all of that. Oh, quickly over to Tessa.
Last minute lions. Everybody, we have found some lions. They are walking straight towards us, and this is just on the other side of the drainage line next to the dam cam. And can I tell you that this is not the Talamatis? It looks like the Nkuhumas. So I was right, they didn't change direction. It's a different pride. It's the sub-adults from the Nkuhumas. They're all walking straight past me at the moment. I am loving this. As I came around the corner, I saw the spotlight reflecting in eyes, and the way they were walking, I knew straight away it was lions. Okay, I'm going to turn around. Yay! So this is definitely the Nkuhuma pride. This is not the Talamatis. We have got a lot of different age sub-adults and the older lioness. Thank you. Yes, last minute finds do seem to be a bit of a speciality. And I always just have these strange gut feelings right at the end of drive where I'm thinking, okay, I've got to do this road. There's something there. It's usually how I find the wild dogs, actually. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's all the lucky shirts I've been wearing recently. Okay, let's have a look. So I'm going to let them walk a little bit in front of me before I try and loop around, just to see where they're going. At the moment, they're actually heading straight down the central road. I wonder if they're going to go drink at the dam. So how interesting is it that we've had the Talamatis and the Nkuhumas within the same area of Djuma? Right, let me try and catch up. So just a reminder, everybody, the Nkuhuma Pride is part of the Genesis collection. So if you want to find out more, please head over to the WildEarth website, have a look for the NFTs tab, and you will find them there. Very exciting. Oh, last minute lions. This just makes my heart so happy, and it makes it so worth it. Patience pays off once again. Oh, we're avoiding the dam, are we? Okay, so we're actually turning straight down Central Road from Mvubu Road. So I'll give you a view of them walking down the road. I'm sticking a little distance behind so that they don't feel they're pressured to walk that way. But they are certainly looking like they need a bit of a meal. All of them are looking a little bit thin at this point. And I'm sure what happened was they would have heard and smelled the commotion of the Talamatis with the buffaloes and also have been following that herd. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they were as lucky as the Talamatis were. So we don't see any big males in the pride. It looks like just the sub-adult males, and you can see this one is looking like he definitely needs a little bit more food than the others. But none of them are looking unhealthy, which is good. Now I've got to try and see if I can get you a view of all of them as they're sitting down, hopefully, or slowing down. Nope, not slowing down at all. Moving lines, what more could we ask for? See, it's another family day. The whole family of Nkuhumas. Okay, that's definitely made my day. Alright, I'm going to try and reposition a little bit, see if we can get around the side of them and just have them walk quietly past us, and we'll see what happens as we go.
It's getting remarkably chillier here. The wind's picked up and it's a cold wind. The weather's changing on us as that sun is going down. We're plunged into darkness, and that's why all the impala in the world are here. And most of the wildebeest sticking together for the night ahead. The sky looks clear to this side, but behind us there's something rolling in. But we are just going to sit here for a moment or two and listen to the sounds of the night. Isn't it just so lovely? The night sounds are definitely picking up.
All right, so we have got the pride walking towards us very slowly on Central Road. And this lioness that you can see, not the closest one, but the one behind and on the right-hand side, that is Purple Eye, you can see from the reflection. The old lioness. She's keeping up with the pride, which is fantastic news. Very calmly walking past us in the road. And here come the sub-adult males bringing up the rear. Gaino, if the prides met each other, you might find a bit of an interaction where they might try and chase each other a little bit. But that being said, they do also share the same dominant males between the two prides, the evokers. And so that definitely could mean that they might be a little bit more friendly than we anticipate. But it is tough to say because they have been separate prides, they are separate prides, and so they each have their own territories, their own cubs to protect. And they've definitely got their own meat to try and find. So there might be a bit of an interaction. They would try and avoid actual conflict as much as possible. Any wild animals would rather not fight. They would rather move away from each other than have some form of interaction where they might get injured, because it could mean a fatality. It could mean you get so injured that you actually die. And so every wild animal will try and avoid that conflict as much as possible. So you'd probably find they know the Talamatis have been close by. They've gone to investigate the buffalo carcasses and the buffalo herd. The Talamatis have moved, and so they're actually moving in circles kind of around each other, but not actually meeting. And they'll achieve that through scent marking, through roaring, but also just through the scent of them carrying wherever they are. They've heard something. Do you know what it is? It's a male lion roaring. I can just hear it in the distance. Very far away, though. Very, very far. Possibly coming from very far south, somewhere like Chitwa, but even maybe further. So there's actually a drainage line in front of them. I think they're going to cross through and just keep walking along the road, hopefully. But I might lose them in the drainage line, so I'm not going to promise that I can keep up with them. Mike, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I think it's very exciting as well. It's so good to know that the patience pays off, and to see them all moving, and to see the nkuhumas again, because we haven't seen them in a while, and me particularly, I certainly have not seen them in a while. It's so great to get an update on them, see how they're looking, see where they're moving. You just never really know when you'll end up seeing them again. And it's been, I think it's actually the first time that I have seen them. Okay, they are still in the road. It is the first time that I've seen them this central in Djuma. I've only ever seen the nkuhumas basically on the southern boundary or in Chitwa or Torchwood. I've never seen them here. So this is quite exciting for me because it shows me how far their territory is still expanding. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit more of a difficult view because we're actually going down into the drainage line now. So the rest of them are down in the dip already. Oh, this is epic. Okay, let me see if I can catch up again. So I know it is a little bit of stop-starting, but on the edge of this drainage line, I should actually be able to see them crossing down and over the other side. So we should be able to view them from a little bit more of a distance. And I'm hoping that we don't lose signal. Yes, they are crossing over. Brilliant. So I think the rate that they're moving, they could actually end up moving many kilometers tonight. They might actually go all the way back towards Chitwa and go from there. Right. We are definitely crossing over. We've got one line that's just thinking a little bit before it moves. So I want to give it a little bit of space. They're definitely still hearing that line. And that'll be motivating them to move faster if it is one of the evokers. If it's Blondie or Mohawk, that'll be motivating them to keep going. There you can see some eyes. They're going straight up the road on the other side, the path of least resistance. How wonderful. A little last-minute line, Brad. So I'm going to give these two a little bit of space. There's two still catching up. There's another one going there. I think that's all of them caught up. And now I don't have to worry about my lights. What a ridiculous end to the day. I really was not expecting that, and I was so happy that I actually got to find them and share that with you, especially the Nkuhumas, different to the Talamatis, and such a relief to see them. Thank you so much to everybody for joining us today. I think it's been an excellent family day and brilliant sightings all around with all the elephants and the lions and Shidulu and the hyenas. And we're really looking forward to having you with us again tomorrow morning. Hopefully we'll be able to give you some more incredible sightings that will definitely make your day as much as they make ours.